So in concept of full stack, there are two kind of things. One is front end, one is back end.
Okay.
One is front end and one is the back end. So in the part of the front end, we are going to be learning so many technologies. Like we are learning HTML, HTML4, we are learning CSS2, we are learning JavaScript 5, and we are learning ES6, ECMAScript,
Okay.
and we are learning Bootstrap, and we are learning HTML5 and CSS3 and jQuery, okay, and finally React.js. React.js is the modern JavaScript library for user interface development. And these are the kind of technologies for the front end. And coming to the back end, so what are the different kind of technologies we are learning in the backend part? In the backend part, we are learning Node.js, Express.js, okay, and database connection is MongoDB. So we are going to be connecting with the MongoDB database. Okay, so these are the different kind of things we are going to be working on. And one more database I will go and cover, that is called Firebase database, Google's one Firebase. Okay, we will do one application with MongoDB and we will do one application with the Firebase also. So you already know HTML, CSS, JavaScript, I think so. People already know HTML, HTML4, CSS2, and JavaScript, right? You already know. These are the three things we already know, correct? So we need to learn. These are the things we need to learn, right? ES6, Bootstrap, HTML5, CSS, 3 jQuery, React.js in the part of the front. In the backend, we need to learn Node.js, Express.js, MongoDB, Firebase with projects. And completely, this particular session is going to be taking 2.5 months to 3 months. Okay, 2.5 months to 3 months. 2.5 months to 3 months. And first of all, what I'm going to be dealing with is, I'm going to be dealing with the React.js. So before going to understand React.js, we should understand ES6 features. See what are the different kind of ES6 features which are going to be available in the JavaScript. Modern JavaScript it is calling. Modern JavaScript it is calling. Okay, so nearby 10 to 12 features which are going to be available. 10 to 12 features, new features got added. New features got added in JavaScript. Those particular features we need to get understand for the ES6. For example, some people are actually learning Angular as a front-end technology. So for them, TypeScript is important. For them, TypeScript is important, and TypeScript is object-oriented JavaScript. TypeScript is object-oriented JavaScript, and this is going to be taking 20 days sessions. Okay, but we are going to be dealing this one. This is actually very famous when comparing to the Angular. And comparing to the Angular, React is very famous. And Angular developed by Google, React developed by Facebook. Got my point? Got my point, Harish and Nisha. And after learning React.js, if you have some interest, then you people can learn React Native mobile application development also. React Native is basically mobile apps development. You can develop iOS, Android application from this. iOS, Android apps. iOS, Android apps also you can develop with React Native. First, React Native, React we should know. Without knowing React, you can't able to understand React Native framework. So that is your additional thing. After the full stack course, if you want, you can go and learn React Native, and I will guide you how to learn React Native also in the future. Okay, and this is also you can able to add in your resumes. So better you can get the job immediately within 1-2 days. So after updating your resume in the Naukri, within a week you can just placed with React and React Native. So I will guide you how to do that properly. So first of all, coming to the React.js ES6 features, I will take the class on Saturday. Separately, ES6 features, I will take class on Saturday. Okay, is it fine? And CSS3 and HTML5, I will take classes on Sunday. HTML5 and CSS3, I will take classes on Sunday. Even jQuery also, I will take classes on Sunday. So this session, morning session, directly I'm starting with the React, continued with the Node.js, Express.js, MongoDB, Pandas. So first of all, React.js. What is React.js is? React.js is JavaScript component library which is using for develop modern web applications. Modern web applications. Am I clear? React.js is JavaScript component library which is using for develop modern web applications. So official website for the React.js is react.org. You can directly go to react.org. You can directly go and see react.org. React.org, official website of this. Sorry, React.js. React.js.org. So can you see this? This is going to be having docs, different kind of docs you will be having, and you will be having a different kind of tutorial. So this is official documentation and blogs. Multiple blog is there. Community is very good, and community is open source community. You will be finding lot of courses, examples, podcast videos, so all the things which are going to be available in the React. So what are the different kind of paid courses you will be having? So how to follow the React in the library itself, it is going to be showing for you. And first of all, React, what are the React features are? What are the React features are? Why we need to choose the React to develop the front-end developer or front-end part of the web application? Features of the React. The first feature is we can able to develop single page applications. We can able to develop single page applications with React. Single page applications with React.js. So what is single page? What is multi-page? I will tell you. What is multi-page? What is single page? What is multi-page? What is single page? An application which is having a lot of requests. An application which will contain lot of front-end pages. An application which will contain lot of front-end pages. An application giving request and taking response multiple times. An application giving request and taking response multiple times. That is actually multi-page application. So multi-page application server burden is very high. Client burden is very low. client burden is low. And coming to the single page application, what is the benefit of the single page application? An application which will contain single page in the front end. An application which will contain single page in the front end. And one more thing, an application which is going to be giving a request a single time to the server. Okay, an application giving a request based on component. Next, single page application server burden is less. Client burden is more. Okay, so server burden is less, client burden is more. So whenever server burden is less, automatically you can able to connect multiple users at the single time also to the server. So server cannot able to hang or can't go hang mode. So then that type of applications are very famous nowadays. That is the benefit of the single page application. So what is the first feature I'm telling here? We can able to develop single page application using with the React.js, that I will tell you, and I will show the different kind of examples also for that. And that is the first feature we will be having. And what about the second feature? Is React follows. I told you already, single page application. And the third feature is React allows or follows virtual DOM. So for each and every manipulation, real DOM not response. A virtual DOM is going to be giving a responses. Real DOM cannot able to affect with all the responses and requests. And React allows actually a virtual DOM. This is a very excellent feature in the React to do application faster. And in React, application is lightweight. And one more thing is React follows one directional or unidirectional flow. Okay, component to component flow is going. And one more thing is React is open source. See what is open source? No need to pay for the React. You can download freely from the Facebook community. And React is having large scale community for developers. React having large scale community for developers. And one more feature is React using JSX syntax. React using JSX syntax. So what is JSX? I will tell you in the class. What is the JSX syntax? Why we need to follow the JSX syntax? I will tell you in the class. Is it clear, everyone? What are the different kind of features which are going to be available for the React? Okay, first of all, if you want to do practice with the React or develop something in the React, we need to go and install Visual Studio Code editor. So this is the nice editor you need to install for the React. And once you install VS Code, first install Node.js from nodejs.org. Why? Because Why? Because React developed on Node.js. React developed on Node.js. Okay, that is the why reason we need to install Node.js first. So after installing the Node.js, we need to follow the two type of project creation. How to create project. How to create project. This is the next procedure. How to create first project with React. There are two steps. There are two ways to create the project. One is the npm command line. npm command line, and one more is cdn links. You can follow the cdn links also. Okay. So npm is node package manager. What is npm? npm is node package manager. Node package manager. So we will be having some commands. Through the commands, I can able to create a project. How to create the project? So create a React app. So you can just follow in Google. If you want to create a React new app, a very simple steps you need to follow. This is the commands. First npx create hyphen React hyphen app name. Then immediately cd into the my app. My app is the app name. cd my app. Then npm start. Automatically project is going to be starting for you. CDN links. So there are multiple kind of CDN links we need to add. CDN links are actually content delivery networks. Content delivery network links. And these particular links are actually internet connection should be required. Whenever you want to use the CDN links, internet connection should be required, and these particular links are available in the cloud. Anytime this particular cloud is available for you, and through the content delivery network also you can able to create a React application. But this is not recommended. This is not recommended in the real time. Not recommended in the real time. Only for practice purpose you can go for. What is the recommended one? npm node package manager is the recommended one in the real time. Am I clear? Got to understand how to create project? Can I show how to create project now? Anusha, understanding? Anusha, understanding? Huh? Okay, so let me create a project first. How to create project using with npm? How to create project using with npm? This is the command you need to give in the command line. And before that, check it out, Node.js installed or not. Node.js.org is the official website for us. Node.js.org is the official website for us. So directly you can just move to Node.js.org. Just move to Node.js.org and take the recommended version. Recommended version is latest version 14.17. So based on your operating system, you can download. So my download is a Mac operating system. I already have Node.js. So check it out. What is the latest version you got installed in your machine? So how to check latest version node installation? How to check node installation? Just go to the command line. Just go to command line and give node-v. Node-v. And go to command line. Check it out about npm-v. So these are the two commands. One is a node-v, one is a npm-v. Node-v is checking node version. npm-v is checking npm version. So in my case, my MacBook, I will be having terminal. In your Windows machine, you will be having command line. You will be having command line. So what I want to do is, first of all, I want to check it out. Node version, node-v. So my command line is visible for you, right? My command line is visible for you. Node-v. Okay, my node version is already 15.14.0. And I need to check it out my npm version also. npm-v. npm also I got installed like a 6.14.12. So okay, I got already node installed, I got already npm installed. The next thing is what? After installing the Node.js, you need to install what? Visual Studio Code Editor. So how to install Visual Studio Code? Go to the website. This is the website for Node installation. This is the website for Node installation. After it, go to Visual Studio Code. Visual Studio Code download. Open browser. Check for Visual Studio Code download. And based on your operating system, you download it. After downloading, please install it. Okay, download Visual Studio Code from website called this one, code.visualstudio.com. Okay, so after doing this, what you need to do first of all, and how to create project? Open command prompt, enter below commands. Open command prompt, enter below commands. Okay, what are the different commands we need to give? First command is npx create react app my app. First of all, I have a folder already for the React projects. So I need to go to the folder. First of all, where is the folder I got created for the React class? So that's folder called one folder called React class. Okay, let me create another folder called React underscore apps or React underscore 8 am. So this is the folder name, or React underscore what I call with class, React class. So my folder name is what? React underscore class. This is my folder I got created on top of desktop. So what I want to do, first of all, I want to navigate to the folder. How to navigate to the folder? cd desktop, going to desktop, then cd react hyphen class. Okay, I'm in the folder called React class. Then what is the command I need to enter? What is the command? Very important command. npx create react app and app name. Okay, what is the app name? My first app. Is it okay? Don't create project name with the capital letters, project name with the small letters, definitely. My first app. I'm going to be creating my first app here. So when I'm going to be preparing my first app, so the project is going to be downloading from the internet. See, whenever you are practicing with the React, compulsory internet is required. You're working with the React, internet is mandatory. Don't forget about it. So it will take a few minutes to download the complete project into your folder. It will take few minutes to download the complete project into your folder. This is my folder, and this is the app. So project folder is getting creating. Can you see this? Package.json downloaded. So many other files and folders also getting downloading for you. So many other files and folders also getting downloading for you. You're following, right? Mahesh and Anusha. Harish and Anusha. So based on your internet speed, it is going to be downloading all the folders and packages. Okay, so a folder got created, node modules folder, package.json downloaded, node modules folder downloaded, still downloading, process is going on. Okay, one more file got created, package log.json, and one more folder downloaded, public folder, one more folder downloaded, src folder. Okay, so done. Project got completely downloaded. So this is the folder I got downloaded completely. Inside the my first app folder, I got node modules folder. I got package log.json. I got package.json. I got a public folder. I got src folder. I got a readme file and all. So then immediately what it is saying that, so you got a project created successfully, created first project on suppose your folder like users desktop React class my first app. So finally what it is going to be telling, first of all cd first my first app. Okay, immediately you need to enter the command like cd my first app. You are moving to the, you are entering into the project folder. Okay, I am in the my first project now. After in the first project npm start. Npm start is the command to start the project with server. So React projects are actually working with the servers only. React projects are working with servers only. So my server is getting ready. So localhost, yeah. So this is the server working, and server React project created, React project running. Can you see React logo? It is running, right? It is running. React wheel is running. That's what actually a project was already created now. So now I want to open my folder with the Visual Studio Code. Open folder. So where is the folder I got created on top of desktop? And React class. Where is the React class folder? This is the React class folder. My first app. My first app is selecting and open the folder. Okay, my folder got opened. My folder got opened. So in this particular folder, I already have so many folders inside. Public folder is there. src folder is there. Public folder, src folder. Any other folders? One is the public folder, one is the src folder, one is the node modules folder. You don't do any modifications in the node modules folder. Don't disturb the node modules folder. In public folder, index.html is there. In public folder, index.html is there. Okay, so let me take the diagram. So this is your browser. This is your browser. Finally, to the browser application render. Finally, to the browser application will render. Before the browser, there is one file called index.html. Before the folder, before the browser, there is a file called index.html. Index.html is available in the which folder? Public folder. In which folder it is available? Public folder. Am I correct? In public folder, index.html is there. In public folder, index.html is there. Okay, in index.html, so much content is there. I don't want to go and all. Inside the body, inside the index.html body, there is a ID called root. There is a ID called root. Understand? In index.html, there is a ID called, there is a division. So what is the division here? So one division is available. and that division is having some ID called root. One division is there, that division is having ID called root. That division containing ID called root. First of all, you should understand what is happening with index.html. Root is there. And finally, where this root is going to be committed with. Root is going to be committed with src folder. Public folder close. Go to src folder. Index.js. Index.js, that root again mentioned here. So now index.js is the very important file. Now index.js is the very important file. This is the index.js. This is the index.js. Index.js. So in index.js, this particular root is going to be placing. And on top of the root, what I need to place? On top of the root, what I need to place? I need to place a component. I need to place a component called app component. See, everything is a JS file. Every component is a JS file. In React, every component is a JS file. So this is the JS file. And one more JS is called app.js here. One more JS called app.js. This is my first component basically. This is my first component basically. App.js is first component, default component. First component. App.js containing with the first component. That first component placed on root. So in index.js, what is happening in the index.js? I will tell you. In the index.js, component placing on top of root. Component placing on top of root. This is happening in the index.js. What I need to render, where I need to render. There is a question called what I need to render, where I need to render. So this is the question. This is the question, what I need to render. And this is the question, where I need to render. This is the question, where I need to render. For example, I am asking you, put this particular book on table. So what you need to put, where you need to put. You are putting a book and you are putting on table. In the same concept, you are taking a component and you are placing on top of the root. You are taking a component, you are placing on top of the root. That component is going to be app.js. That is going to be placing on top of the root, and that should be configured with the index.html and index.html rendering to the browser. So this is the running process of the React project. This is the running process of the React project. Got my point now? Got my point now? Okay, let me go and create inside the React class folder, and this is the first day. I'm going to be third 3/6, and inside it I am going to be save the diagram React demo, something like this. So can you see, understand what is happening here? Index.html containing root, index.js containing with the root, and app is the component got placed. App is the component got placed on top of the root. So what I want to do is, I don't want to multiple things on app. I just want to take just a simple text. I will delete the complete header. I will put hello first app React. Hello first app React. Logo is not there. I am deleting the logo. Okay, now whenever I save it, whenever I save app.js, automatically here hello first app React got placed. Can you see this? Logo deleted. Previously logo is running, right? Previously logo is running. I just deleted the logo completely, and I just placed a text like hello first app React. Okay, I don't want this. I want to take a h1 tag, hello React. I'm taking one h1. I'm taking one h1. I'm taking another h1. I'm taking another h1. I'm taking a multiple h1s here. Save it. Browser is automatically rendering. Your localhost, your server is automatically rendering whatever you are doing there. See, it is basically giving to you the procedure of connecting with the multiple files. See, finally browser is going to be taking index.html, but index.html is rendering with the index.js, but index.js merging with the app.js. This is the process. This is the process. Is it clear? Is it clear, Harish? So yesterday we started about React.js. What is React.js and why React.js, all these things. There are so many features about the React.js. Slowly we will understand all the features in React.js like uh, virtual DOM, single page application development. There are multiple things we will be having. So we just want to go through that things. Visual Studio Code. And what is the folder I created? So what is the React.js? React.js is a component library. React.js follows JS syntax. React follows ES6 features. React files are JSX files. React developed by Facebook. React developed on Node.js. React is open source. React is simple. React is declarative. React used for develop SPA. SPA means single page applications. And React have very good feature. What is the feature here? Virtual DOM. So this is a nice feature. Virtual DOM. React have a very good feature called virtual DOM. What is the virtual DOM? All these things we will see later. And React follows MVV pattern. React not follows MVC pattern. What is MVC? Model view controller pattern. What is MVV? Model view pattern. MVV means model view pattern. What is MVC? Model view controller. So later I will tell what is the MVC and what is the MVV, all these things. Model view controller. But Angular follows model view controller. React follows MVV, model view pattern. So coming to the React.js, the official website is react.js.org. And how to create new project with React.js, we are going to be looking into this. And before going to create a project in React.js, first of all, Node.js installation is required. Open browser, search for nodejs.org and click on recommended version download for the operating system. OS means what? Operating system. OS means operating system. And check for the node version. Open terminal and CMD. Terminal or CMD? Terminal for Mac, CMD for Windows. Terminal for Mac, CMD for what? Windows. CMD for Windows. And one more thing is check npm version. Open terminal or CMD. npm v. Okay, let me open terminal. I'm opening terminal here, and I'm going to be checking with the CLR. And node minus V. What is the node version? 14.17.6. What is the npm version? Npm minus V. Everything is good. Everything is good. So I got installed node, I got installed npm. First of all, before creating a React project, we have to check node installed or not, npm installed or not. Then only we go for the project creation. And project can be creating with two kind of ways. React project creation. React project creation follows. React project creation follows in two ways. In two ways. One is React project creation follows in two ways. The first one is CDN links. CDN links. Second one is npm command line. npm command line. These are the two different ways which are going to be available to create the React project. The first one is CDN links. Second one is the npm command line. CDN links low. What are the kind of links we need to provide? What are the libraries we need to provide? One is the React.js. React.js. That is the first file. And one more is React.dom.js. React.dom.js. One more is Babel.js. Babel.js. What is the Babel here? Babel is transpiler. Babel is a transpiler. Transpiler to convert JSX to JS. To convert JSX to JS. Why? Because of we are writing JSX code, right? We are writing JSX code. But browser HTML can able to understand only JS. HTML can able to understand only JS. What this Babel can do? Babel is going to be transpile your JSX into JS format. And there is a one more format like npm command line process. So first we will see CDN links, then we will go for the npm process. First we will see CDN links, then we can go for this process. What is the process? npm command line process. So yesterday we discussed one architecture. What is architecture we discussed last class? I'll show that. So what is a folder? The folder is this one. Yeah, this one. I just want to go with the folder React.js. And we've seen two architectures. I want to explain the architectures one more time. So the first architecture is the simple architecture. Where is the architecture you will be having? So the first architecture. So what is the HTML page? What is the React page? What is the HTML page? What is the React page? What is the HTML page? HTML page is going to be file.html and which is going to be having a lot of elements. Inside the elements, we are going to be injecting the JavaScript. So I told you the copy is your HTML. Inside the cup, we are going to be pasting the JS. JS is pouring into the HTML. JS is going to be pour into the HTML. Coming to the React file, you have the JS cup. We have the JS cup. Inside the JS cup, we are pouring the HTML. The thing is very simple. Basically, on top edge, we will be having the index.html. Top edge, we will be having the index.html. Inside the index.html, index.js is going to be integrated. Index.html, index.js is going to be integrated. Inside the index.js, app.js is going to be integrated. App.js is the first root level component. App.js is the first root level component like our document in JavaScript. Like document in our JavaScript, app.js is the first root level component which is going to be created for us. On top of the app.js, we are going to be having a number of JS files, number of components. Here in the React.js, every JS file is a component. Every component is a JS file, both. Every component is a JS and every JS is the component. You clear with this? And React is something like a component tree. React is completely component tree, and React is declarative. Declarative means we are actually placing all the components one after another or one inside another in the React.js. This is the first diagram we discussed yesterday so far, and one more architecture we discussed, that also we will see. So preview, if you don't want to go for preview, open with brackets. No. Right. Where is it? Yeah, this one. So HTML we have. On top of the HTML, we are making CSS, or we are wrapping with CSS. On top of the CSS, we are wrapping with the JavaScript. This is the JavaScript, right? On top of the JavaScript, we are going to be having jQuery. On top of the jQuery, we are going to be having Bootstrap. This is the common scenario. This is the common scenario. And where is the React? React is actually wrapping with all these things. React is going to be wrapping with all these things. Why? Because React having some Bootstrap, React having some JavaScript, React having some CSS, React having some HTML. Combination. Maybe jQuery you can't able to find. Maybe jQuery you can't able to find in the React. But HTML we have. Why? Because whenever you are creating the component, inside the component HTML code will be there. Div is there, heading is there, paragraph is there, form is there, table is there. That will be the HTML. Finally, injecting process is HTML. And CSS, whenever you want to make styles and changes, CSS mandatory. CSS properties are mandatory. And coming to the JavaScript, anyway, JavaScript is required. This JavaScript is each and every component is a JS file, right? Each and every component is a JS file. But here the thing is not JS, JSX. The new feature got adding with the React, that is called a JSX. One more syntax we are getting adding with that as JSX. And here JS badal మనం ఏం చేస్తాం ES6. The advanced JavaScript we are going to be using, or modern JavaScript we are going to be using. And anyway, Bootstrap is going to be utilizing with the React.js, that is called React Strap. React Strap. I'll show how to use Bootstrap in the React.js. So this is basic architecture yesterday we discussed, and we will see all these things one by one. We will see all these things one by one. The first way is what? The first way is what? CDN. First way is what? CDN. How to create React project using with the CDN links. How to create a React project utilizing with the CDN links. So what we can do now, we'll directly go to the React.js.org. React.js.org. Just jump into the React.js.org and go to the docs. Go to the docs. Just observe the processor. Observe the processor. And coming to the React docs, try React. What is that? Try React. Where is the try React? Try React is available here. Go with the try React. So what I want to do with the try React, just move to the try React, come down. We will be having the, okay. So download the HTML file. Download the HTML file. You can download the HTML file, complete HTML file of the React first project. And you can go this and you can see a complete HTML file for the React.js. Complete HTML file for the React.js. Just copy the complete HTML here. So just observe first. Just observe first. Where it is starting with, first of all, it is going to be having HTML file. Then this one, compulsory. Char set is compulsory. And one library. What is the library? First library is React Development.js. One more is React. One is a React.js. One is a React DOM.js. And one more is the Babel.js. I told you 3 libraries compulsory required. One is the React.js, one is the React DOM.js, one is the Babel.js. After that, just move down. Now you can see, don't use in this production version. What they are saying that? Don't use this in production. Anyway, CDN links project. So we can able to create a project with this also, but in the production, we don't follow these procedures. This procedure is only for your practice purpose. This procedure is only for your practice purpose, but don't go for the production. Production NPM only. Production real-time application NPM only. We will go to the NPM then. And coming to the body here, coming to the head section. Head section is over. Then body. Inside the body, can you see? Observe. There is one root level division available. There is one root level division. In Bootstrap also we will be having one root level division, that is called container fluid. In the same way, we will be having the root level ID1. And after that, some script is available. Some script is available. Can you see? Observe the script. And this script type is text by Babel. Basically, in the JavaScript, we are writing text by JavaScript. Text by JavaScript. But this script type is the text by Babel. Babel script. Babel script. React DOM.render. React DOM is the method. This method is available from the library called React DOM. This method is available from library called React DOM. So React DOM.render. Render is a property. Sorry, render is a method. So this is completely one method. React DOM.render is completely one method. Method is nothing but this is going to be having function open parenthesis, closing parenthesis. Open parenthesis, closing parenthesis. This one. React DOM.render. React DOM.render. React DOM.render. React DOM.render, which is going to be a method. So this method is going to be rendering something. What this method is going to be rendering? This method is going to be rendering HTML content. This method is going to be rendering HTML content. See, observe. In JavaScript, we have the JavaScript method, React DOM.render. JSX method, not JavaScript method. JSX method. React DOM.render is JSX method. So in the JSX method, we are going to be rendering one HTML. That HTML is going to be placing on top of the root. That HTML is going to be placing on top of the root. So document.getElement by ID root. So what I need to render, where I need to render. There is two questions in the React. Remember, these two questions are fundamental questions. React developers need to remember only one thing. What I need to render, where I need to render. What I need to render, where I need to render. So what I need to render, I need to render this one. This one is what? This one is what? What I need to render means I want to render H1, sir. I want to render H1, sir. Where I need to render? Where I need to render? Where I need to render? I need to render on top of the root. On top of the root. So two questions we have. What I need to render, where I need to render. I need to render H1. I need to render a H1 on top of the root. Why? Because of root is available here. Root is the global element in your index.html. On top of the root, I need to render the H1. So this is the root division. Inside the root, I need to render the H1 from JavaScript through JSX. That's it. That's it. So you need to understand only one thing: React DOM.render. React DOM.render method. In the render method, we have two parameters. The first parameter is what I need to render. The second parameter is where I need to render. Inside the parenthesis, we have the two parameters. First parameter is what I need to render. Second parameter is where I need to render. Where I need to render. That's it. That's it. If you understand this procedure, you can do anything in the React. Okay, let me show how this is going to be work. So can I copy this completely? Can I copy completely? Copy this and create a new file. Yeah. Can I save this HTML? React CDN. dot inside the folder, our folder. What is our folder? React folder. And today is the date 9 by, inside the 9 by 12 react cdn dot html. This is simple HTML file, react cdn dot html. So can you see, observe now? Can you see, observe now? First of all, it is HTML file, and second, meta charset UTF-8, and the title is hello React. Can I say hello React? Yeah. Hello React. And script src some react development.js. Next, react dom development.js. Next, babel min.js. You need to understand one thing: the flow of adding library is very important. The flow of adding library is very important. First is React, second is React DOM, next is Babel. Flow is compulsory. There is no CSS file. There is no CSS library here, like Bootstrap. In Bootstrap, we have the bootstrap.js, bootstrap.css, jQuery.js. But in React.js, React.js, React DOM.js, then Babel.js. That's it. After library, start with the body. Start with the body, and we have the root div, and we have the script. Section of the script is very simple. Section of the script is very simple. This part of the code is very simple. So this is the JavaScript. This is the JSX. This is the JSX. What is the JSX here? React DOM.render. Inside the script only, na? Inside the script section, na? Script type text by Babel. Script type is a text by Babel. Then React DOM.render. H1 hello world. Then document.getElement by ID root. This is the JavaScript code, right? This is the JavaScript code. If you don't know JavaScript, you can't able to write this. If you don't know HTML, you can't able to write this. Then, if you want to learn React, HTML, CSS, JavaScript knowledge is pakka, compulsory. HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Bootstrap knowledge is compulsory pakka. If you don't know HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Bootstrap, you can't come to the React.js. You can't able to work on React.js. This code you can't understand. This code, this section of the code you can't understand. Sir, why script tag open? Why script tag close? That is internal JavaScript. What type of JavaScript this is? Internal JavaScript. Okay, so React DOM.render, hello world, then document.getElement by ID root. What I need to render, where I need to render, this is what I need to render, this is where I need to render. That's all enough. Two parameters. Okay, right. Can I execute this program? That's it. So here all these things, note points. This page is great way to try React, but not suitable for the production. Yes, we know that. And it slowly compiles the JSX with Babel. The browser uses a large development build of React. Read this section for product ready setup JSX. Okay. Okay, so in a larger project, you can see integrated tool chain that includes JSX instead. Okay, you can also use React without JSX, in which case you can remove the Babel. This some note points are there. I don't want all these things, so just delete it. This is a simple file now. This is a simple file now. Can I render? Save it, default browser. What it is going to be happen? Hello world. But this is not normal HTML file. This is not normal HTML. This is a React. This is a React sample application. This is the React sample application. Now tell me, I want to take hello world change to hello React. Where I need to change? Ante kada. Where I need to change? Hello. So this is when we save here. When we save here and make it refresh here, what happened? Hello React. Now I want to take one more hello React. I want to take one more hello React. How to take one more hello React here? H1. Antena? One more H1. Why comma? No commas. No commas. See, in HTML, if you want to take two H1s, one H1, second H1. In the same way, understand one thing, remember one thing, React DOM.render only having two parameters. If you are giving comma, it will go with the three parameters. If you are giving comma, it will go again three parameters. But React DOM.render method will allow only two parameters. First parameter, previously first parameter is this one. First parameter is this one. Second parameter is this one. React DOM.render method allowed only two parameters. Remember the point first. The first parameter is this, comma, second parameter is this. But now my requirement is, Gautam is asking, sir, I need two H1s, sir, or I need three H1s, sir. Then what I need to do? Huh? The thing is, you need to wrap all these elements into the one element. You need to wrap all these three elements into one element. Can I do that? Can I do that? Division. Can I do that? Division. I'm wrapping all H1s into the one division. Now division is one element. Now division is one element, one parameter, comma, another parameter, document.getElementById root. This is a simple one. Next, save it and render it. Save it and render it. What happened? What happened? I got three elements, sir. I got three elements, sir. That's it. That's it. So try to understand one point. Try to understand a method called React DOM.render. React DOM.render, which is going to be allowing only two parameters. The first parameter, which is going to be taking some HTML content. Second parameter is going to be the root level division. And in first parameter, if I want to take a multiple elements, then you bind all these elements into the one single element called division. Then automatically it will come to you. Okay, this is the first way of creating the React project. Second way of the creating React project is NPM. Before NPM, so third way I'll go for NPM. And you can do practice with React.js with online compilers. React online compilers. React online compilers. There are multiple online compilers which are going to be available. Go with the React online compilers also. Just try to do workout React online compilers, then we will go to the NPM. So React online compilers, just go to the react.js.org. We will be having react.js.org over there and come to that. So here, online playgrounds, you can see the second section. Go to the docs, go to the docs, go to the online playgrounds. There are multiple online playgrounds available. One is the CodePen, one is the Sandbox. Just I'm writing that. If you are interested to playing around with React, you can use online code playground. Try a Hello World template on CodePen, Sandbox, and Staglitch. Three compilers are there. Three compilers are there. Okay, so what I can do now? Go with the first one. What is the first one? CodePen. Go with the CodePen. Go with the CodePen. CodePen, which is going to be having automatically some React playground. You will be having a JS file, Babel file, React DOM.render, hello world, document.getElementById root. Everything is predefined up. And you have the HTML. Just open the HTML here. Oh, in HTML, what is available? In HTML, what is available? Root app. In CSS, what is available? Nothing. In CSS, what is available? Nothing. Can I do some CSS? Hash. Later we will do that. Come to the JS. What JS containing with? React DOM.render, hello world, React document.getElementById root. The same procedure. Let me do that. Then it is going to be giving a take a division, end of what happened? I'm not saving, automatically come. I'm not saving as. Automatically rendering. If I'm taking one more, I'm not doing anything. I'm just copying and pasting. Automatically output is changing. Automatically output is rendering, output is changing. This is the way of writing the online playground. What is the playground called? CodePen. This is CodePen. Second one is what? Leave this. Second one is what? Sandbox. Code sandbox. Code sandbox. Hello code sandbox. This is the app.js. And where is the index.js? This is the style.css. So this I told you now. In public folder you will be having index.html. Index.html as usual. Index.html as usual. One root element is there. Root element is there or not? And coming to the index.js, in index.js, app is going to be merged. In index.js, app is going to be merged. But in index.js, app imported. But where is the app? App.js. App is a component, root level component. I told you in the diagram. App.js is the root level component. App.js integrated with the index.js. Index.js integrated with the index.html. App.js is the root level component where you can see the output. In app.js, you can write some hello React. This is actually showing for you. But this app.js integrating with the index.js. Index.js integrating with the index.html. Index.html rendering into the browser. Just reverse process. Okay, so what is this app.js containing with? App.js is having so much things. But I don't want all these things. I want to write hello React. Hello React. Is it clear? I got hello React. I got hello React. And one more thing. So style sheet also imported up. Style sheet also imported. So let me go to the style.css. Text align color. What is the color you want? What is the color you want? What is the color you want? What is the font style you want? Font family. Tahoma. Font style. Tahoma lena. Tahoma gal. Tahoma. Spelling Tahoma. Okay. Adena spelling Tahoma ki. Can I go Verdana? Verdana. Yes, Verdana font. This is Verdana font. Can we see this? So we got some CSS. CSS got updated with the style.css and index.js containing with the app integration. Can I take one more component? Can I take how to take? What is happening? App is going to be rendering 4 times. App actually placing 4 times. What app containing with? App containing with just hello React. App containing with what? Hello React. Ante okate h1, single h1, but app containing with only one h1. That was actually rendering multiple times here. App. Is it clear? Okay, don't worry. Later we will try all these things. Later we will do all modifications, all manipulations with the React. We will play with the React. We do play with the React.js. So we don't want how much complicated it is, but we have to dig into this. Definitely, I make you people dive into the React.js. You have to dive into the React and you have to swim with the React. React is ocean basically. It's a big ocean, but you have to swim into this. Is it clear? So let me go with the another playground. What is another playground, guys? Sandwich. 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 You like sandwich? Huh? Chicken sandwich. Same concept. Same concept. What is the concept here? What is the concept here? The concept is same thing. So you will be having something like app.js, index.js, style.css, something like that. So app.js, I can able to render app.js multiple times. Can I access app.js multiple times? Why not? I can able to access, but the problem is, what is the problem, guys? React.dom.render. Whenever it is having React.dom.render only allow two parameters. Then we need to say div open, div close. Inside React, if you are finding the error, you can't able to solve this. But if you know the subject, you can solve. If you don't know the subject, you can't able to find where it is giving error. Always it is giving a red color marks. This is code sensitive, sorry, case sensitive, and this is working with Visual Studio Code very good. Visual Studio Code is the best editor for the React.js. That is the reason for the first day onwards, I am starting with the Visual Studio Code. You try to analyze the Visual Studio Code, you try to understand Visual Studio Code. This is a very better editor. So what is happening, guys? What is happening there? And app.js containing with us a lot of things. So app.js having something like a list item. Can I take list item? Order list. OL. LI. So Apple. ఇక్కడ రాస్తున్నాము. When we are writing, automatically the component is refreshing. That is React.js. That is React.js. If you are writing, you are updating the component. You are updating app.js. If you are updating app.js, index.js is rendering and automatically index.html is changing. Very, very fast. Very, very fast rendering. That is the reason Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, whatnot, every applications, WhatsApp, I don't know this one, Messenger. A lot of applications are working with the React.js, and people are actually recruiting React developers and high-level packages. The crazy point is React understanding is not that much. The crazy point is what? Understanding React is not that much easy. So many people are actually teaching React.js. I just observed. They're doing copy paste all this, but we have to write the code. Whenever I'm writing the code, whenever you are writing the code, then only you can understand the React.js. Is it okay? This is clear? And we'll continue the next session with NPM creation. Tomorrow's session, I just want to create the project with NPM, and I will explain the architecture of NPM, folder structure, file structure, rendering structure. And we will create a new component tomorrow. App.js is one component, right? We will create a header component, we will create a footer component, we will add this header and footer into the app. We try to create simple template tomorrow session. So yesterday we started about React.js. What are the different ways to create a React project, all these things. And today we will see how to install React.js project or how to create React.js project from NPM. So yesterday class we discussed something. So how to create a React app. So yesterday we did something. The one thing is CDN links. From CDN links, how to create React app. Second is online editors. Online editors we done so far. And today we are going to be working with the NPM npm installation, create app. So for this npm installation and create app, we need to install Node.js first. So I'm just writing the steps first. And after that, you have to create the project with me. First of all, what we need to do is, the first step is install Node.js. Install Node.js from nodejs.org. Nodejs.org. After that, check node version. Check node version from command line. From command line, open command prompt, or terminal. So for Mac users, terminal. For Windows users, command prompt. Open command prompt or terminal and give node and -v for node version. Check. Open command prompt or terminal, node -v for node version check. Then npm -v for npm version check. After this, the third point, very important point, create a folder for your apps. And after that, so let me create a folder for our React points. So on top of desktop, I am creating new folder, React apps. I'm creating a folder, React apps, on top of desktop. This is a folder I'm creating, a new folder I'm creating on top of desktop. And fourth step, from command line, navigate your folder path. This is very important part. So from command line, I'm trying to checking what is the node version, what is the npm version first. Opening the command prompt. In Mac, I'm using Mac. In Mac, you will be having terminal. In terminal, what I'm doing first, node -v. Checking the node version, npm -v for npm version. And after that, I'm moving to the desktop, cd space desktop. I'm in desktop now. Then cd space React apps. I'm in the folder React apps. Now I'm in the folder React apps. The first step is cd desktop, then cd React apps. After that, I need to give a command. So the command is very simple: npx create React app, create React app. Then app name. App name is something like demo. So whenever you are going to be creating app name, don't use capital letters. React project name should not be in capital letters. Remember one point. React project name should not be in capital letters and should not be containing any special characters without underscore. And project name did not have spaces. Project name need to be in small letters. And demo, that's it. Demo. I am going to be creating a project with command line npx create React app space demo. And make sure that you will be having good internet connection for doing this. Make sure you will be having good internet connection to doing this. So I'm trying to doing this project creation. Click on enter. I'm trying to downloading the project from the internet. And completely node modules, completely packages, libraries, whatever required, things will be downloading for you. Inside the project. So let us wait for some time. To download the complete things. So what is happening? Creating a new React app in users Apple desktop, React apps folder and demo project. Installing packages. This might take a couple of minutes. Based on your internet connection speed. If your internet is good, it will download very fast. If your internet is slow, it will take some time. So this you don't do with the mobile data. If you do with the mobile data, your mobile data is over. So then better you go with the Wi-Fi. If you want, you try with the mobile data. Please do it. So once we installed the project, once we downloaded the project, we will be having the last statement, happy hacking. The last statement is what? Happy hacking. So npm run eject, npm test, npm run build, npm start. There are multiple commands React is recommending to us. So what we need to do now, I just want to move into the project name. So cd space demo. What is our project name? Demo. I just want to enter into the project. cd space demo. And now we are in the demo. Now we are in the demo. So this is the demo here, where you can see the demo. You can see the demo here, and cd space demo is the important command. Don't forget about it. We need to enter into the particular project. And after that, what I need to do is there is a one more command called npm start. npm start. It is going to be starting the node server. This command is going to be starting the node server npm start. When I do npm start, the project is going to be running its server, and you can able to see execution, and you can able to see the output on top of the browser in your local browser. Whatever the browser you have, default browser you have, the project got created, the project is going to be rendering, and the chakra is moving, React chakra, whatever it may be. So this is what actually the project is. This is the basic output of the first React app. So till this you have to do. This is the first success for the React developers. What is that? Creating project. Once we done the project, what we need to do is just make it down and go to the folder. Open the folder into Visual Studio Code. How to open the folder into the Visual Studio Code? Open folder. So I'm trying to opening my folder. What is the folder I created? Desktop, React apps, and demo project. I created a demo project. Try to open the demo project into say. This will be need to be saved first. Okay. What is the date today? 10. Yeah. So inside this, I want to create this will be in the notes. And project got opened now. Project got opened now. And this project, which is going to be having so many folders. The first folder, which is going to be a demo folder. Demo folder is a project folder, right? So inside the demo, there is a one more folder called node modules. There are a lot of packages. There are a lot of node modules, a lot of packages which are going to be available. Don't delete everything. Don't delete anything. And go to the one more folder called public folder. One more folder called public folder. And one more folder called src folder. And one more file is package log.json. And there are some project default settings, default properties which are going to be available. Log.json you don't delete, and JSON also you don't delete. This JSON is going to be giving the different kind of attributes like name, version, private, some like dependencies. Later we will make changes in the packages.json whenever you are trying to working with the different kind of libraries, attachments. And that is the why reason I don't want to change this one. And the browser list, this is for production greater than 0.2% and not dead, not op mini all. So that's it. So you don't change anything here, and come to the public folder first. Public folder and src folder. Open these two folders first. Open. So you have to edit. You have to make changes in only two folders. The one folder is public folder. One folder is src folder. Majorly we are doing with src folder. Public folder also we are not doing any changes. In public folder, one important file we have, that is index.html. In index.html, what we are going to be having, In index.html, there is some HTML content. Inside this, you will be having something like div id root, div id root. So root is the basically some id. This is the value, this is the attribute inside the division. This division is actually rendering in the browser. Why? Because every browser can understand only HTML. Every browser. Suppose you go for Chrome, you go for Firefox, you go for Internet Explorer, Safari, Opera. Any browser can understand only HTML. Even React project also browser-related application. We are doing web development. We are doing client page, client-side programming. So it means React renders in browser first. We need to understand that. So browser can able to understand only HTML. That HTML will be what? Index.html. But index.html communicates with index.js. Index.html communicates with index.js. Let me go with the index.js. Where is the index.js which is going to be available? So somewhere script is going to be available to load that. So that is the default one. And come to the public folder only index.html. Then come to the src. Inside the src, there is one file called index.js. Index.js. You will be having import React from React, import React DOM from React DOM. Two things. And one more is import CSS file. Import CSS file, index.css. Why? Because of if you want to do some style changes, if you want to give some decorations, if you want to give some cosmetic value changes, all these things from the point of index.css. And these two are libraries. And here this is the app importer. So let me try to do one by one. The first one is import React from React, import React DOM from React DOM. I'm not writing all these things. Whenever we are downloading the project, automatically all these things are getting created. And one more is index.css got imported. This is the import process. Import is the keyword. There is the two concepts. One is the import, one is the export. I will tell you in the point of year 6. What is import, what is export. Import is one concept, export is one concept. Import is nothing but importing library. Exporting nothing but exporting this file into the another file. There are two files. I just want to make communication with the two files. I want to import some content from this file to this file. Import is required. Import is required here. And I want to make exchange the data from this file to this file. Export is required. Export here, import here. Here I want to do something export is here, import is somewhere. Importing, exporting is very, very important in the React. Why? Because of React working with multiple pages. There are multiple pages, multiple JS files we are going to be creating, multiple components we are going to be creating. For each and every component, whenever you want to exchange the data, then import is important. Later I will tell that. Just understand, import is the keyword which is going to be importing the library called React. Import is the keyword which is importing a library called React DOM, and import is the keyword which is going to be downloading or importing something like CSS file. That file separate. Index.css available over there. Somewhere index.css is there. Somewhere app.js is there. So these two files are actually importing into the index.js. These two files are basically importing into the index.js. Just try to understand. And after that, inside this React DOM.render, which is the entry point of the React project. JS file entry point. React DOM.render, React DOM. So we are not working with the normal DOM. We are working with the React DOM. Why? Because of React has virtual DOM. What React can do, React is creating some virtual DOM on top of the original DOM. That is the very reason React popular. Every time we are not hitting on the browser, every time we are not hitting on the real DOM, we are hitting on the virtual DOM. Virtual DOM works like assistant for the person. Virtual DOM works like assistant for a person. So for each and every work, person is not going to be reacting. For each and every work, some assistants are going to be reacting. Some assistant is going to be reacting. Some person not having that much burden. Real DOM not having that much burden. Virtual DOM basically reacting for the chats and all. For example, in your Facebook application, you will be having a messenger or chat. Whenever you are doing chat, the complete application is not responding. The complete DOM is not responding. Only virtual DOM is responding based on your likes. Suppose you are liking something, you are sharing something, you are chatting something in the Facebook or Instagram or Twitter, whatever it may be. So real DOM is not affecting on your work. Real DOM is not affecting, real DOM is not responding for your work. Virtual DOM is going to be responding. Why? Because of whenever you are creating the virtual DOM, automatically it will create a virtual DOM also on top. Virtual DOM actually reacts for each and every functional part. React original DOM is not affecting. That is the very reason this is not going to be hitting the server every time, and it is not going to be having a lot of burden for the customers. So React DOM dot render. What is rendering for this? App is going to be rendering. So this strict mode also not required. You can delete it. Strict mode also not required. You can delete it. Okay. So what is rendering over there, guys? App is going to be rendering in the React DOM dot render. But where this app is going to be rendering? So I'm telling to you 2 points. One is what I need to render, where I need to render. This is what I need to render. This is the what I need to render. This is the where I need to render. What I need to render and where I need to render. What I need to render, I need to render app on top of the root. I need to place app on top of the root. So that's it. But what is app basically? I don't know what is app contains. So this is the component initialization procedure. In React, whenever you have some component creation, that component is going to be initialized with a syntax. This is the syntax. And whenever you are going to be creating a component, you need to be have some points I will write. Whenever you are going to be creating a component, you need to go with the let me see, where is the notes? I don't know. Okay, let me write somewhere. When we are creating the component, when we are creating some points, I will write basic points in React. When we are creating React project, when we are creating a React project, project name in small letters. Very important points. Very important points we need to remember. Project name in small letters. Project name should not have any special character. Should not have any special characters. Okay. And project name should not have spaces. Should not have spaces. Project name should not have spaces. Project name in small letters. Project name should not have any special characters. Project name should not have spaces. All these things you need to remember. Without underscore. Underscore is having some special category, guys. Underscore always available. Underscore having actually special category. That is the reason underscore is allowed. But any other special characters which is not going to be allowed. And project name should not have spaces. That is the first fundamental point about the project name. Then, whenever you want to create a component in the React.js, component name should start with the capital letters. Capital letters. Suppose I want to create a component. Like header.js. I want to create a component called footer.js. Try to remember this. I want to create a component like Srinivas. Okay, Srinivas.js. Yes, capital letter. Don't forget about it. Whenever you are going to be preparing a component in React.js, that should be in the capital letter. And whenever you are trying to using the component, you're exporting the component somewhere. Suppose header, footer, Srinivas, I'm exporting into the app.js. I'm exporting into the app.js. So whenever I'm exporting over there, so just I'm writing here and we need to make it export first. Export. And here we are creating a component and we need to do the export. Export is very important. Export. And whenever you are creating the header.js, we are trying to export this. After export all these things, I have the app.js. I have the app.js. App.js is the root component. App.js is the root component. In app.js, I want to access. I need to import. I need to import. First of all, I need to import the header.js. I need to import. Footer.js. I need to import. Srinivas.js. See, try to understand this. There we need to export, here we need to import. There we need to export, here we need to import. So export header.js, export header.js, and footer.js also export, and Srinivas.js also export. First of all, export is required. When we do the export, then we need to do the import. So when we are doing the import, automatically we can use header, we can use footer, we can use Srinivas in the app.js. How to use header? This is the way. This is the way. So how to use the header? This is something like a self-closed tag. Yes. This is something like a self-closed tag. We need to use header slash. Header slash. I just want to use the footer, then I need to use the footer slash. Try to understand the syntax of the React. So once you understand the syntax of the React, very simple, all the things. First time everybody will confuse, but when you do the practice, automatically React structure, React syntax is very easy to you. Just to follow me, whatever I'm telling to you. I'm just giving you React concepts very easiest way, simple way. Okay, so this is basic points we need to remember first, and come to the project now. Now app is importing whatever the app we are importing. That app I just want to use here. So let me do some modifications, guys. Come to the app.js. App.js is very big. App.js, in app.js, import app.css. App.css everywhere. This is app.css, right? App.css, which is going to be accessing into the app.js. Okay, so in app.js, I have some logo, some running circle is there, no? Running React circle is there, no? That is basically logo. So I don't want that logo. Please delete the logo. I don't want that logo. Just delete the logo. Import logo. I am deleting that. At the same time, inside the div, I don't want any header content. Something like hyperlink is there. Can we see some hyperlink is there here? Okay, this is getting compile error. Failure to compile. What is the problem with the failure to compile? Basically, I'm deleting this one. When I'm deleting that one, here automatically fail. Okay, now we have the logo. So I don't want this logo. I don't want this edit src, all these things. I don't want learner React, all these things. I just want to delete all the things. Okay, let it be. So can I remove this logo? I'm removing the logo, and I'm removing the complete header part. I don't want complete header part. Just div. Just the root level division. What is the root level division? Returning function app. This is the functional component. In app.js, we will be having the functional components. Components are basically two types. One is the functional component, one is the class component. React is collection of components, right? React is collection of components, collection of bricks. React is component brick, collection of component bricks. But that component you can create or generate in the two different ways. One is the functional component, one is the class component. Basically, class component having some state management system. state lifecycle, but functional component do not have any states and state lifecycles something. So later we will discuss about the functional components and class components, all the things. And here I got a return point. So what this app is going to be returning? App is a simple function app, curly braces open, curly braces close. This is the function block. Inside the function block, return parameter. What is the return parameter? Returning a simple division. Returning a simple division. We know functions in JavaScript, right? We know functions in JavaScript. Return integer, return string, something like. But here, return HTML content. Here, returning is what? HTML content. That HTML content is a division here. So division, some class name, whatever the class name we have, app. Basically, in HTML, if you want to define a class attribute, just class. Class is equal to something like a free inverse. Class is equal to 1, class is equal to 2, we are giving. But in the React, if you want to give the class name, why? Because of this is JSX. This is not normal HTML. If it is normal HTML, how to do the class? H1 space class is equal to 1. H1 space class is equal to something like a head and all. But here in the JSX, if you want to define the attribute called class, it should be class name. Camel case. Class name camel case. Okay, so let it be. So inside the div, what I want to do? Hello React. I'm happy. I'm happy. So I'm just writing something. Hello React, I'm happy. So I deleted the logo now. Then here the logos are required. Can I delete the logo here? So I'm deleting the logo, just delete it. I don't want logo, guys. Move to trash. And anywhere logo is there now. In public, some logos are there. In public, some logos are there. So that logos also I'm deleting. Can I delete this logo and that logo? So wherever logos are there, I just want to delete that. So favorite icon, I don't want favorite icon. Delete it. And I don't want this logo also. Bigger logo. I want to delete this. Slowly you do all these things. Whatever the things not required for us, I'm just deleting all these things. And finally, you'll be having the hello React, I'm happy. I'm not saving the project. I'm not saving the project. Dynamic rendering. Whenever you are doing some modifications, automatically the localhost 3000 is working. That is a node server. Node server is running in the back, and from node server localhost 3000 it is working. Hello React, I'm happy, something. But by default it is basically textile center. By default it is basically textile center. What I want to do for that, I just want to do something. Let me go to the app.js. And here I want to put H1. Can I put H1, guys? So hello React. Welcome to the world. Okay, so I'm writing something now. I'm not saving here, and automatically this is going to be changing. Hello React, welcome to the world. So what I want to do now, just go to the app.css. In app.css, logo related CSS I don't want, delete it. And media, something like running, right? So that I'm deleting. And app.header, I don't want this. And app.link, I don't want this. Keyframes, rotating 360 degrees. I don't want this. Only app related CSS. Text align center, and font style. This is basically normal CSS. And color should be something like blue. Okay, I need a blue color, and background color I want to go with something like, yeah. So I just want to change the app.css, and you make it a refresh. And hello React, welcome to the world. And I given some background color. I given some color. I given some font style italic and text align center, whatever it may be. So I got my H1. Okay, if I want to change, go to the app.js. You can take a number of components here. What is going to be happen, guys? So I'm taking number of H1s. How many H1s I'm doing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 H1s I'm doing. So automatically you'll be having 6 H1s over there. But margin bottom. I want to give some margin bottom for this app.css. Margin bottom something like 5 pixel I'm giving. 5 pixel or 10 pixel, whatever you want, you can. And the border, if you want to give some border, you can specify. Border 4 pixel solid. So first of all, we need to understand the CSS HTML. Without CSS HTML JavaScript knowledge, don't come to the React. Without HTML CSS JavaScript knowledge, don't come to the React.js. That is very, very important. So finally, what is the output, guys? Fail. Where is the fail? Okay. So border for what app? But border need for H1 gada. So H1 I want to give H1. For H1, what I want to do? These things. H1 I'm giving these things. Yes, it will do now. You got it. You got it. So you will be having a multiple components added. How many components we got added? 6 components. How many components we got added? 6 components. Now I'm going with app.js. No, I'm going with index.js. I'm trying to taking one more app. If I want to take one more app, it will give the error. So first of all, React DOM.render only take 2 parameters. React DOM.render only take 2 parameters. First parameter, second parameter. First parameter should be a component. Second parameter should be something like document.getElementById root. So first parameter should be a component, kada. So then I'm taking a division here and put 2 apps inside the division. Then automatically it will work. Common sense. That's it. We need to apply some common sense. What is the common sense? React DOM.render will take only 2 parameters. First parameter is one HTML component. Second parameter is something like a document.getElementById root. What I need to render, where I need to render, 2 points. React DOM.render follows only 2 points. What I need to render, where I need to render. What I'm rendering division. I'm rendering on top of the root. That's it, guys. So finally, you will be having 2 sections. Finally, we will be having 2 sections. The first section is app and app. So later we will do a lot of things. Okay. So this is browser basically. This is browser. For browser, we are going to be having a lot of things. For browser, what is going to be happening? Browser is going to be having index.html. Browser can lead index.html. Index.html to the browser. And index.html merging to the index.js. Index.html merging to the index.js. Index.js. And index.js containing with the app.js component. Index.js actually having app.js component. App.js component. App.js component is going to be rendering into index.js. Index.js actually loading into index.html. Index.html sending to the browser. So all these are JavaScript files. Index.js and app.js both are JavaScript related. And both are containing with the JSX format. Content syntax will be in the JSX format. And here app.js also we will be having the JSX format. So JSX nothing but JavaScript XML. JSX nothing but JavaScript XML. JSX nothing but JavaScript XML. JavaScript XML. And for example, this is my JavaScript content. This is my JavaScript file. Inside the JavaScript, we are going to be having, this is JS. Inside the JS, we are going to be having HTML content. Basically, normal web pages. In normal web pages, what is going to be happening? Inside HTML, normal JavaScript is going to be placed. Inside HTML, for example, root level, we have the HTML content. level we have the HTML content. Inside this HTML, we will be having JSX code, JavaScript code. That is a normal web page. This is the React web page. This is the normal web page, and this is the React web page. So there is much difference between the normal web page to React web page. Normal web, and this is the React web. There is a much difference between the normal web and React web. In normal website, inside HTML, JavaScript is actually available, and in React.js, all are JS files. Inside JS file, HTML content is going to be rendered. So this is the architecture of the React. So this is the main React architecture, React project architecture. This is the main project, React project architecture. And fine, let me save this. And this is going to be architecture. And fine. Now what it is going to be do? So let me go to the project now. Inside project, you try to understand what is going to be happening. Inside the public folder. So this is the demo project, right? This is the demo project. Inside the demo project, we will be having the public folder, SRC folder, node modules folder. Node modules folder, all Node.js related, NPM related files are available. We don't disturb all these things. And come to the public folder, you'll be having some favorite icon. We don't need this. And we will be having index.html. Index.html, we will be having something like a div id root. Div id root. This is very, very important. In the browser, you will be having something like a div id root. Div id root. Root element available. Okay. Root item. So you just observe this. And here we have the id root. So that id root is going to be coming to the index.js. Index.js, import React from React, import React DOM from React. There are two libraries, very important libraries. One is import React from React. From React, React is going to become React DOM is going to become. And finally, React DOM.render is the main entry point of the React.js application. React DOM.render function. This is function basically, normal JavaScript function. Inside this function parenthesis, and this strict mode is also not required. You can delete it. We will be having the app component. So the thing is very important. We need to try to understand what we are going to be rendering and where we are going to be rendering. What we are going to be rendering, we are going to be rendering app, and we are going to be rendering on top of the root. So the important thing is what we need to render, where we need to render. This is where we need to render. This is what we need to render. So what we need to render, we are rendering app component on top of the root. So this is the root. This is the root. On top of the root, we are going to be placing a component called app. On top of the root, we are going to be placing a component called app. This is very, very important. We need to understand. And app is nothing but that is one component. That component actually designed with the JS file. That component actually designed with the JS file. So that we need to get understand. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so fine. Now, React DOM.render is the main function. Inside the React DOM.render function, we have the app component, and app component. This is one first parameter. This is second parameter. This is first parameter, and this is the second parameter. App is the first parameter, and second parameter is document.getElementById root. So comma separated. First parameter, second parameter, we have the comma separation. First parameter, second parameter, we have the comma separation. React DOM.render is a function. Inside the function, we have the app, and after that, we have the root. Very, very important. We need to remember this. Okay, let me save it and go to the browser and check it out. We don't have any changes for that. Now I'm coming to the app.js. In app.js, what it is going to be do? App.js, we will be having some functional component. This is called functional component. Functional component. This is called functional component. Let it be. So this will be the functional component. And function app, which is going to be written, function is going to be returning some HTML. So this is the way of, I told you, this is the way of, we will be having the JS. Inside the JS, we will be having the HTML content. Inside the JS, we will be having the HTML content. So very, very simple. So this is the JS function. Inside the JS, we will be having the HTML content. I think this is clear for everyone. Inside JS, we will be having HTML content. JS is the wrapper. JS is the wrapper. JS function, right? This is function. Functions are available in JavaScript. Functions are available in JavaScript. Inside that, we will be having HTML content. That is the architecture of JSX. And this is the architecture of JSX basically. JSX, X nothing but HTML. XML means, so I will tell you the differences between XML and HTML tomorrow. XML nothing but some data storage format. To design something, XML is the very, very important rather than HTML. Why? Because of HTML having all predefined components, but XML having only user-defined components. We are going to be having two types of components here. And normal websites, we will be having HTML elements. In React.js, we will be having the JSX elements. JSX elements. In normal web page, we are going to be having HTML elements. In React websites, we will be having the JSX elements. Try to understand this first. And after that, okay. So inside this, I want to take one more H1. Let me take one more H1. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm taking. So I'm taking 4 H1s over there. If I'm taking 4 H1s, automatically browser is reflecting with this. Just I'm taking H1s and saving that. I'm taking H1s, I'm saving that automatically. Load them. Okay, so this is my paragraph. This is my paragraph. So if I'm writing something, automatically something is going to be rendering here. Okay, so for all these H1s, where I can able to change the style. Styles, all CSS is going to be importing from the app.css. That file also predefined. This is a predefined app log. So I don't have any logo, I don't have any media, I don't have any header, all these things. So I deleted all these things, right? I don't want all these things. Just app dot app. Dot app is available a class. So in normal HTML, class attribute we are giving with the class. But in React, we are going to be giving the class with a class name. JSX we are giving with the class name. In normal HTML, we are giving class name or class attribute with the class keyword. But in here, JSX, class is going to be class name. Remember it. Class is going to be class name. And for this class, in CSS, we are going to be implementing the style sheet. So text align center. I don't want text align center. Then we can go for the left element. When I say left element, automatically content got updated to the left element. Can we see this? We can see this. If you want to take images, you can take images Google search. Any image you take, okay. So copy image address and give into the src. Okay, so let it be. Now we got a image placed. So we got headings, we got an image, everything. We got a heading, we got an image, everything. So width is going to be something like 200. So normal HTML. Normal HTML. Height is equal to 100 pixel. Normal HTML I'm writing. If you know HTML very, very good, then you can do React very, very good. If you know HTML very, very good, then React also very, very good. Okay, so, and yeah, so this class name app, for app, I want to give something. App, I need to give padding inside. Padding, I want to give something like 10 pixel. And app have some background color. Skew. So for app, I'm giving some background color, and padding I'm giving. So whenever I'm giving padding, so now you got find some space here where I'm getting some space. See here you have some space, right? That space is going to be providing from the padding. The space is going to be providing from the padding. So can I make it more padding? If I'm giving more padding like 20 pixel, your React application is very, very, oh my God. Yeah, so content got actually, you got padding now, right? There is a padding here, padding left, padding top, padding right, and padding bottom. All the way padding is going to be adjusting. All the way padding is going to be adjusting. This is basically React.js. And one thing I want to do now, and after this, inside the app component, I want to merge with some other components like child components. Okay, instead of taking all these things, I want to make it some other child components over there. So how to assign child components means I will create something like, oh, what happened? So this I'm deleting. So if I'm making comment for this, what is the comment for this? What is the comment for this? And just check it out. Hello, React. Okay, fine, coming. So now what I want to do, something like, this is multi-line comment basically. This is multi-line comment. Multi-line comment, before and after you will be having something like curly braces in JSX. Now what I want to do, I want to create a new component in SRC. I want to create a new component. That component is called header.js, something like header.js. So whenever you are creating component, you need to go with the capital letter. Remember it. Component name always starts with the capital letter. Component name always starts with the capital letter. And project name always starts with a small letter. So these are the fundamental points you have to remember. And header.js also, I will take something like this is called header, and header need to be export. Sorry, H capital letter. Header need to be export. And here inside this, I want to return something. What I want to return something like H1. I'll take some H1 over there. H1. This is header. This is header. Okay, header is exporting finally. And what I want to do. And this is component basically. And we need to import React. Import React from React compulsory. Whenever you are creating a new component, compulsory import React from React is compulsory. Okay, so this is the header component. I want to import this header into the app.js. Import into the app.js. So how it will do? The same way like this. Okay, just make it import header, import header from header, import header from header. Oh my god, this will be in, yeah, in app.js only. And what I want to do, instead of taking the hello React, all these things, instead of taking all these things, I want to take a header. Okay, now header got imported, header got included. Now check it out. Very good. I got header component separately. I got header component separately. That header component placed. Okay, so I'm just deleting the padding like 10 pixel. Okay, that is basically header. Can we see that? Can we see that header got placed properly on top of the page? On top of the page. Inside the app.js, now I take an header. Now I take an header. Let me take my one more component called image set, image component. Let me take one more component like image component, image.js, image.js. In image.js, same like this, and everything is okay, but function image, and we need to export image and return what it is going to be written. I don't want to take the div again. Header also having a div. Again, div not required. Whenever we have multiple components, then only div required. Otherwise, not required to use it. Okay. In header.js, something, and image.js also. Image.js also we will be having something like div. Just delete the div. And the return, what it is going to be written. This is going to be written something like a img tag. Img src is equal to something. Okay, src I need to place now. src I need to place now. Let me take a copy image address, paste inside the src. Now that is one image. That is one image. And now this image also I need to import into the app.js. Import image from image. See, try to understand. In app.js, I'm trying to adding the two child components. After the header, I want to take a image component. After the header, I want to take the image component. And finally, what is the output of this page? Yeah, I got header, I got image. I got header, I got image. And for this image, I will write CSS. And class name, what is the class name of this? For image, class name is img. Okay, for img, I want to write CSS now. .img, I'm going to be writing the width 200 pixel, height 400 pixel. That's it. Save it. And can we see now? So that is not changed. Changed, same not changed. Class name is img, and image.js. I don't have any class, right? I don't have any class, but where I'm giving the class? I'm not giving any class for that. Class we need to give for the img. Img class name is equal to img. Oh, here I am giving the class. This is not. This is a different. Now we see this. I got image. Yes, good. Go to the app.css again, and width is not good. Let me make it 250 or 250. Yes. When I make 250, I got image got changed. Automatic refreshing. No need to refresh again and again. And let me go to the app.js. Place multiple images. Place multiple images. If I'm placing multiple images, automatically a lot of images I got placed. What I require is in app.css width is image width is 25% or 23%. What is this percentage means? It is going to be occupying percentage model. Okay, 25%, and you can give the margin for the image. Margin right, 30 pixel. If I give 30 pixel, it will make a range. 30 pixel is more basically. Let me give 20 pixel margin for each and every image. Yeah, now image blog is looking nice. I will take 8 images now. I'll take 22 pixel. We'll take 22 pixel, and app.js I will take 2 more images. Why? Because 4 and 4. 2. I will take 2 images more. Now you see, you got good look and feel images set. Margin right. No. Instead of giving margin, I will take margin all sides. Margin all sides 10 pixel. If I say margin all sides 10 pixel, it is making good, I think so. Yeah, this is nice now. I thought you got understand how the.
So good morning, all of you. So in the previous class, we discussed about React installation, and we created project through the NPM, right? We created a project through the NPM. So how to create a project through the Node package manager? Node package manager. Through the Node package manager, you have to create the project with the command line. So we already discussed about it. Command line CMD, which is available for the Windows operating system, and terminal. Terminal is mostly available for the Mac machines or Linux machines. Mac or Linux. Whenever you are using operating systems called Mac and Linux operating system, then you have to go with the terminal process. Okay, so I already created a project. So what is the command? One more time, you have to remember it. npx create React app demo app, something like this is the app name or project name. You can specify this is called app name. So what are the app name? Some rules. What are the rules? What are the rules for the app name? We already discussed. Like app name is custom name should not contain any special characters. Project name should not have any capital letters. And underscore hyphen allowed for the project. After creating the project, what we have to do is we need to enter into the project. CD project name. And we have to put the extra. Okay, right. Now, today we will discuss about important topic called CSS or styles add. Styles adding for components. So what are the different kind of components? Later we will discuss. There are multiple kind of components like a functional component and class component. And components and types we will discuss later, but try to working with the as usual functional component. On top of the functional component, how to add CSS, how to add styles, how to add cosmetic changes, how to add decorations and all. There are multiple ways. Mostly the style is external style. External style that should be something like file name.css. That could be common, and that is the first case. And some people internally or inline of the element. Inline of the element, they can able to add the styles. So this is also available, but there are two ways. One is the element style attribute. Element style attribute with multiple values. With multiple values. The second way is element style attribute with a single name identifier. With a single name identifier. Okay, or style name identifier. With a single style name identifier. So both I will explain here. Both I will explain here. You can try to understand. So external search style we already know. So let me try to open the project. How to open the project? Let me open the project. What is the project we created last class? I try to open it. Open folder. So, project I created in the last class. Something like a demo app, I think so. Yeah, let me see. Okay, so come to the demo app here. This is the demo app I created last class. So inside this demo app, I already discussed about it. The public folder, we have the index.html. Index.html is the first file which was actually hitting the browser. But for this index.html, this index.html having the root component, right? This is the root one. And that root is basically binding with index.js. That root is binding with the index.js here, using with create root, React.js. Then after that, inside this root, I need to render a component called app. App is available somewhere, but this app having some CSS also. Can you see and observe this app is going to be having one imported CSS, where the CSS file was available here only. Same folder CSS file is available there. Trying to working with the class selector. And with the two selectors. So if anybody not having the knowledge of CSS, please go with the my videos and learn, try to understand about the CSS and all. This is about a class selector. This is some class selector. The class name is called app.app, and this is the element selector. This is the element selector. We have class selector and we have element selector both here. Now, come to the point. Come to the app.js. We have the class here, right? This is the class, and we already have this is called external CSS. So this one, let me go. This one app.js. Come to this app.js. This is called external CSS. This is external CSS or not? External CSS file is implementing, or external CSS file is actually importing. External CSS file name is app.css. That app.css in the app.js it is importing. After importing it, we are trying to attaching the colors in them. Let me launch this. Then you can see and observe. You can see and observe the some colors getting applied or some CSS is going to be getting applied or not for the class called app and class called and tags called h1 and something. Okay, let me npm go with the start process. Npm start. Go with the npm start. When I start my server, node server. Start my node server, some CSS which is going to be applicable through app clause and same time h1. For h1 and h2 also I given some style. For h1 and h2 I given some style. Can you see this one? For h1 and h2 also I'm giving some style here. Can you see this one? And I'm giving border radius something. And the background color something like a red. And color will be, I don't have any color. Color will be white. Let me go with the white. And let me go with the good font style also. Fine. Now you can see the browser. You can see the browser automatically. Some CSS got applied. Automatically some CSS got applied. So that was actually external CSS. This is actually called external CSS. But now I try to implement. One more kind of CSS that could be something like I'm trying to writing a H3 now. Okay, so full stack with React. Font. full stack with React, and Python, Django. This is my H3. So what my requirement for this H3 is, I need to implement unique style for the element level style. I don't want to create a class for this. I don't want to create ID for this. I don't want to use the tag name. I don't want to use external CSS for this element. What is my requirement is, I want to implement my own way of okay, let me give the color green. I'm trying to providing color green. So this is the way. This is called expression. Style is an attribute name, and the color and green is a color attribute or style attribute. Inside the style attribute, I am giving the related style related attribute. So what is the style related attribute name is color. Style related attribute name is color. So I'm just giving the color green. When I say color green, can you see and observe? So H3 got color green. Okay, now let me try to give the one more H1. Okay, let me give the one more H1. H1, so this H1 is mobile apps with React Native. So mobile app with React Native. Okay. So what I'm trying to implementing for this also. For this also, I want to implement a style, and you have to give the double curly braces. The double curly braces is called exception. And for this, I want to give the color red. At the same time, I want to implement the font style. Okay. So when I come to the React, whatever the attribute names we have, those particular attributes name we need to specify with this is the object, right? And I want to give the font style also. Font style, comma is something like object. See, first curly braces is related to the expression, second curly braces is related to the object. This curly braces is related to the expression. First curly braces is related to the expression. So you have to specify the expression. React needed expressions. At the same time, the second curly braces is related to the object. We know object rules and object rules and regulations. So what is object rule and regulation? Object is basically collection of key value pairs. Object is basically collection of key value pairs. Every key value pair which was separated with the every key and value separated with the comma, and every key value pair separated with the and every key and value separated with the colon, and every key value pair separated with the comma. So we know that. That is the very reason I'm trying to providing what? I'm trying to providing two key and value pairs here. The first key and value pair is color red, and second key value pair is font style, something like italic. I need to specify. Okay. And one more thing, text align center. I want to go for the text align. So this is camel case. Try to observe it. This is camel case, but in CSS text hyphen align, in CSS font hyphen style, but when you come to the React, it is camel case. Now we are writing style in JavaScript level. Now we are writing style in JavaScript level. That is the way reason it is actually converting into text. Fine. Now you can see the last H1. Okay, that was there. Red color is there, but not having any color for the element. Okay, let me give the color for the element. Color for the element is let me give the white color. Okay, white is good on top of the red. White is good on top of the red. So mobile apps with React Native, I got it. I got applied some style for the last H1. So there is a one more process. This is called actually inline CSS. Inline CSS. This is a process of inline CSS. Okay. But there is a one more procedure. That procedure is using with the attribute constant one. Inline CSS only. Inline CSS and use with the style attribute. The single constant. Okay, so this is the one more way of providing styles in React. The first way is first way is external CSS. That is already we know. So let me give the numbers also. The most important in the real time is this one. And second most important thing is this one. Okay. Now let me give this one top. The second most important thing is this one. This is the second most important thing. Can I give here? And third one. So mostly, rarely people will use this one. Rarely people will use this one. But this one, second one is most important, most priority after the first one. So how to work with us? How to work with this? Okay, for this, what I can do is I will do one thing. I will do one thing. What I can do is this. Let me try to create one simple constant. Let me try to create a simple constant. Let me try to take a H1. H1 here. So H1, this one is something like a data science. Data science with React UI. Fine. So for this H1, what my requirement is, I need to create a simple start sheet. Go to render, inside the render. Inside the render, before the components, whatever you have, I just create a constant. Constant. Constant, what is the value you want to go for? Suppose I want to go with the style, my style. My style is something like an object. See, everything is an object, right? Okay, my style is equal to. So this is the variable. This is a constant kind of thing. So that is my style, which is going to be having some object. Yes, inside this object, what I want to do is inside this object, I want to do different style properties. Let me write color red or color white. Let me go with the color white. It is actually showing error. Be inside the function, not in the return. Don't give in the return. Sorry, don't give in the return. Should be inside the app. It should be inside the function. Okay. And comma and text align. Text hyphen align. Okay, and let me give send. It will come or not. It is not coming. So why? Because of this is text line setup. Comma font style italic. Okay, and background color should be after giving the comma only it will be highlighted. Background. Let me give the blue color. Okay, so what my requirement is this particular my style. Whatever the my style you have, that should be assigned to the H1. So where is this H1? H1 and style. And don't give the double curly braces now. This time don't give the double curly braces. You give the single curly braces. Why? Because you need to attach the expression. That expression name is my style here. The expression name is my style here. That my style expression, my style name, I'm trying to provide in the style attribute. Then automatically it will run. No need to, no need to individually giving the object properties inside the style. You created as a constant, and that constant we are trying to use it. So let me try to see the output of the program. So that is going to be available or not. Data science with React UI. So why this data science with React UI is in the red color? Background color is blue, right? But background color is not applicable. Why? Because of somewhere we did a mistake. Some style is applicable from the external CSS settings. External is working, right? External background is calling. So why I do one thing now, then let me go with this one is H4. H4, whatever it means. So H4, I didn't write any style for inline or internal or something. Full stack with design. Yeah, mobile apps with React Native. Data science with React UI, that is my thing. Data science with React UI. Data science with React UI. Where is the data science? Just somewhere it is available. Okay, let me have some background, which is available, but I'm not having any background color for that. Okay, background color colon, it should be something like that. I got it. Background color. I got applied some background color. Right? So when I specify some background color for that, automatically it is coming. Yeah. So there are multiple ways to provide the styles for the React. The one is external CSS. And the second important priority is CSS and use style attribute with single constant name. And third one is inline CSS using with the multiple attributes with the object. And that object also available inside the expression, and that expression should be attached to the style. These are the three different ways to provide the style using with a React. You just do practice and try to explore with the multiple kind of experiments, multiple components and multiple styles you try to give it. See, before this, you have to understand what is an object. And before this, we need to understand how to, what are the differences between the CSS properties inside the CSS and okay, so try to explore it. Try to go with the CSS first. If you don't know CSS, you cannot able to remember the properties. Don't know where I need to apply the background, where I need to apply the alignments, where I need to apply the colors, where I need to apply the positions and all. All these things you have to learn from CSS. First, you need to have good knowledge in HTML and CSS, then only you come to the React. Hope you guys understand. Okay, so try to do practice and explore more and more components. Thank you. We'll go with the functional components and the class component differences. And thank you. And one more thing, guys, a lot of people are actually watching my videos. So if you subscribe it, you get the notification when I upload a video. I'm trying to uploading a lot of videos on top of the React and Node.js, Python, mobile apps with React. Later I will upload Flutter iOS also. Please try to change your careers with a good subject and good packages. Signing off. Bye. See you.
Good morning, all of you. In React, we already know React is basically a component library. React is a component library, right? Component library. It means the complete React page is a collection of components or elements. Components or elements. But everything is what see, for example, every component is a JSX file. So we know what is a JSX means. We will have one simple video related about JSX, how the syntax JSX will be. So JSX means so JavaScript script with XML structure. JavaScript with XML, that is actually called JSX. Every component is JavaScript component here in the React, but inside the JavaScript component, you will be having the HTML element, HTML component. For example, this is the JSX. Every component is JSX. So based on the JS flavor, inside the JS flavor, you will be having the HTML content. You will be having the HTML content inside. So this is the component. Like this, there are multiple components you will be having on top of the React page. But now you may get understand, you need to get understand how these components are going to be dividing into the types. Components are declared or derived in two different ways. The one is a functional component.
functional component. The one is a class component. Okay. Now we need to understand what is the meaning of functional component, what is the meaning of class component, and what are the benefits of the functional component, what are the benefits of the class component. But even functional component or class component, both are components. Both are going to be arranging on top of the React page. For example, this is the React page. This is the React page. Inside the React page, you will be having somewhere you will be having the class components, somewhere you will be having the functional components. And inside the functional component, you may have a class component. Inside the functional component, you may have the class components. Or inside the class components, you may have the functional components. Both are going to be injected like this. Even inside the class component, this is the global level class component. Inside the class component, you may have the functional components inside. So the page architecture will be like this. Inside the class component, you may have multiple functional components inside. Inside the functional component, you will be having again functional components inside. So that is also possible. This structure is possible. This is called nested components. So we will see about the class component, we will see about the functional components, and we will discuss the pros and cons for the functional component, and we will see the pros and cons for the class component also. And we try to integrate nested level components also coming classes. Okay, so that is not an issue, but try to understand how to define a functional component and try to define how to define a class component and all. But remember one thing: functional component which is not having a straight life cycle, or state which is not having state, and functional component not having a life cycle. Functional component not having change methodology or change chain methods, and functional component only returns value. Only return value. Value is something like your HTML content. There is no render. There is no render concept with functional component. And functional component have only props. Let me tell you what about props and all later. Props are properties. Props are properties. And one more thing, props are immutable. Immutable means not changeable. So just come to this is about functional component rules and regulations. And functional component defined with function keyword. Functional component defined with function keyword. Or you can define functional component, or we can define functional component using with arrow function. Arrow functions. So when I come to the program, I will explain what about arrow functions. And come to the class component. Class component defined with class keyword. Class component defined with class keyword. And class component have props and states. Class component have state lifecycle methodologies or state lifecycle methods. State lifecycle methods. And one more thing, class component have render concept. And class component have, see, return is compulsory, render and return. Render, which will have return. Which will have return HTML HTML content. Okay, so we have class component. Basically, class component little bit slow in execution compared to functional component. Okay, one more important in latest React version, class components removed. Only functional components used. Only, okay, so let me keep this one as note point. In latest version React, class components removed, only functional components used. And state manages in functional components by hooks. Okay, so what is the concept of hooks and all we will discuss. This is the latest React. In latest React version, class components completely removed and only functional components we are using, but functional components we will be having hooks methodology. So we will discuss about the hooks methodology later. By using the hooks, we can able to manage the state in the functional component. So thank you. We'll discuss about the things later. So in last class, we discussed about two kind of components like functional components and class components, right? So let me try to open Visual Studio Code. I want to open the project. What is the project I created last class? I created something like, I think, demo app. Yeah, let me open demo app here. Open folder. Okay, so I'm trying to open demo app over there. Opening the project. Let me try to launch the application. Okay, so what is available in app.js? You can try and see. Okay, inside the app.js, what is happening? Something like headings and list items we have. Just run the program, open the terminal, open the new terminal, start the project, run the server, run the node server, npm start. When I say npm start, server is getting ready. That's fine. So this is the last class what we discussed. But now today we will discuss about functional components, right? See, can you see and observe? So let me try to create a new component. I just want to go with the header component, header.js. See, every component is, it may be a functional component, it may be a class component, that should be a JSS or JS file. So even functional component or class component, whenever you're creating a component as a new file, it may start with the capital letter or it have to start with the capital letter. Go with the capital letter, start with. So I just want to create my file name as header, my component name as header. So what I want to do is a header.js. Okay, so let me go with the paint, I will explain it. Okay, so this is header.js. Okay, fine. I got this is created as a folder. Okay. So for example, this is my React web page or React page. Inside the React page, I want to create a header. So this is my header component. And I want to create a footer. This is my footer component. And I just want to create something like a sidebar. This is the sidebar component. And this is the main component. Whatever the major thing that was the main component. This is the main component. Somewhere you will be having the main component. So this web page is dividing into 4 sections. The first one is header. The first one is header. This is the header component. And this is the sidebar component. And this is a main. Sidebar should be like go with the capital letter, right? And this one is the main one, main. And this could be footer. So this is footer. So I have nearby 4 components here, but every component, it may be a functional or it may be a class. Maybe a functional, it may be a class, but every component is a JSX file. So we know that. So this is a JSX file, and even this is a JSX file, and even this one is a JSX file, and footer also have a JSX file. It may be a functional or it may be a class. Maybe it is functional, maybe it is a class. You can create 2 kind of components. Mostly nowadays recent applications, mostly people are using a functional. This is the famous one. But you may go with a functional or class. Everything is a function. It is a file, and this one is something header.js, and here this one is sidebar.js, and here this one is main.js, and here it is footer.js. Okay, so now what my requirement is, inside the SRC, I want to create a new file, something like a header.js. Okay, so for this header.js, what my requirement is, I want to write a function. So yeah, this is the functional component, right? So first of all, if you want to write a CSS, you can go with the CSS. I want to create a function. Let me write a function. Function header. Okay, so this is the functional component. This could be written something like header. I want to give h1 header component. Okay, so this will be h1. H1 is my content. This function is going to be written something. And finally, I want to export default. I just want to export the header component. Okay, so here this is React. Import React from React. Import React from React. If you want to import a CSS file, import CSS also. I want to import app.css also. If you want to write some CSS, you can import CSS also. Now this is the header component and this is the functional component. What my requirement is, I want to show this particular functional component on top of the screen. Now go to app.js and try to import header. Import header from header. See, whatever the component you created, I want to import into the app.js. Why? Because of app.js, the book level component. For the book level component, I want to. So from the diagram, you can understand. From the diagram, you can understand this is app.js. The root level component is app.js. The root level component is app.js. On top of the app.js, what my requirement is, I am actually placing. Okay, let me try to give a simple structure like this. So this is something like app.js, app.js. On top of the app.js, what my requirement is some header, some sidebar, some main, and some footer. Okay. So on top of the app.js, I want to have the header. I want to have the sidebar, and I want to have the main, I want to have, see, everything is on top of app.js. I want to include header file, header.js, and like sidebar.js, main.js, footer.js inside the app.js. Okay, it may have a multiple other components inside the main. Further, in further explorer, I want to have multiple other components in the main. Further explorer, I may have multiple other components inside the header. In further explorer, I may have some other different components in the sidebar. So that is later. This later. As of now, on top of the app.js, I may have header, sidebar, and main. Right. So I created just now. I created header. What my requirement is, I'm trying to creating the header.js and I'm trying to exporting here. Why export here? Export is if you want to use this component in multiple other components, first of all, we should export it and come to app.js. In app.js, we need to import it. Without import, I cannot able to utilize inside this. So inside this app.js, I want to go and stop this. Stop. Okay. Stop it. I will keep on keep switch off everything. Keep switch off everything. I will not use this one. And finally, inside the division, I want to use header. You can write like this, or you can write like this also. This is also a problem. Right like this. Component uses header component uses, and now you can see the put here. Refresh it. So it may give the error. So there is a problem. You can see that. Go to the inspector. Go to the console. We can see the problem. And what element type is involved. The issue we got, maybe we have issues came to what element type is a element type is invalid expected as string for built-in components and class operation. Actually, for export your component files and might have fixed. Maybe something like not saved. Now you can see I got a header component two times. Some CSS is applying for I want to change it. Some CSS is applying for that. Then let me switch off the CSS. Send down. Now you can see I have some CSS. I will switch it. Save every file first of all. Okay, I'm trying to go utilizing the header for two times. Now this is the header and I'm using two times. This is the way of usage of header. So this is okay. Self close tag is okay. Otherwise, you can write like open tag and close tag. Both are actually good. Both are okay. That is not an issue. But for this header, what my requirement is, header. Header. We have the header. What is sexual? Right. style, whatever the style you want to write it. Background color, something like light blue, and font style, something like italic. Okay, so now you can see your header component. The header component is very clear. That was there on top of the main thing. And I don't want to use multiple tabs for header. Now I want to place a image tag. So for example, if you want to place a sidebar or if you want to place an image tag, create one more functional component like img image. Okay, so inside the src, I want to create a new file image.js. So here this one is image, export image again. And here in the return, I want to place img src. src. So for this img src, I want to take some image. Let me take some image. Images, baby. Let me take some image. Okay? Take some image. Right click on this, copy image address, and paste inside the src. Now, what my requirement is after the header, I want to place the image. Okay, first of all, if you want to place the image, first of all, we need to export the image. Yes, image is exporting. Now I want to import the image also. Import image from image. Let me utilize it. So I'm trying to using the image for multiple times. After the header, I'm trying to using the image for the images are basically coming side by side, right? Now you can see to the header component, your image is going to be available. Your image component also basically. So in this way, you can create React application. Yes. For the image, I want to img. Let me give the margin outsides. Margin outsides 10 pixel. And border. Sorry, border should be available at CSS. Border 2px solid blue. And border radius 5 pixel. And padding a 5 pixel. So let me go. This is image, but image is going to be having some space between the image and image. At the same time, we'll be having some border between margin. Open space, margin is open space. And we are giving some padding also. Right? We are giving some border radius also. The radius is curved. So in this way, you can create multiple functional components. Functional components like header and image, and I'm trying to import it. Placing on top of the app. So by diagram, you can able to understand this is the app. Top of the app, I'm placing the header file and image file. Later, we try to explore this sidebar and main and also using the functional components, even in the class components. Just try to do practice this.
So, hello all. Today, now we are going to be discussing about another concept. Let me open the notes like sometime. Yeah. So, one thing I just want to tell. So, React expressions. How React expressions are going to be working. See, anytime if you want to, for example, if I want to give 10 plus 20 a calculation, when you want to give the calculation, you can give a calculation like 10 plus 20. Automatically output will be 30. So this is output for that. In the same way, suppose for example, I have a name called let name is equal to Srini. If I have the name like this, I can use a template literals. So you know there is a concept called a template literals in ES6. So by this template literals, I can able to store the value called name using by the expression curly braces. When you take a curly braces, that is called expression. So here, for example, this is the first name, f underscore name. And if I want to give a last name, let L name, last name. For example, this one is something like last name is something like one class. So if I want to give the full name, suppose I want to print the full name. Full name is, you can write template literals. Then in the same thing, I want to give a space, and you can give the L name also. This is the first name, f underscore name, and last name. This one is L underscore name. You can print like this. You can print like this. This is the way of working with the template literals. Let's see one simple component using by this print a full name. So inside the SRC, I want to go with the header component here. So for this header component, what my requirement is, I want to give the multiple things. For example, inside the return, I will take a division. Division is a root level container. Inside that, I can go with the addition of 10 and 20. Addition of 10 and 20. So something like 10 plus 20 is, or you can give like this. Now you can see what is the output of this. Okay, I'll try to launch my browser. So my browser is not available now. Go to terminal, open new terminal, and npm start. npm start. When I say npm start, my browser will start. My node server will start. When node server is going to be getting starting, browser is going to be initializing with that, and you can able to see the output like 10, 20 addition. Something like addition is 30, the kind of thing. Why? Because of we are writing expression. Yeah, can you see that addition of 10 and 20 is 30? See, I will stop the images. Let me go to the app.js. I don't want this images now. So only header is going to be rendering. So this is the addition concept. Now let me take a BR. See how to take a BR here. So BR is break, we know that. So this is JavaScript, that is HTML. So I want to go like subtraction. Subtraction of 10 and 20 is 10 minus 20, and multiplication. Multiplication of 10 and 20 is something like 10 star 20, and division, suppose like division. So division of 10 and 20 is something like 10 by 20, and modulus. A modulus value. So what is the modulus value? Modulus or modulus? Modulus of 10 and 20, 10 percentage 20, and exponent of 10 and 20 is 10 double star 20, or 10 to the power of 20, whatever it may be. That is a kind of exponent. And finally, outputs are very simple. You can see the outputs here and refresh the browser. I don't have image now, right? Okay, app.js not. So, and header also, please save it and go to browser. No need to refresh. Every value we got. Addition is something. Subtraction is minus 10. And multiplication is 200, division is 0.5, and modulus is 10. 10 is a reminder. Exponent value 10 to the power of 20, that is a bigger number. That number also got printed on top of the screen. So this is the way of working with kind of expression. Okay, for example, I have a name like let me write a name like this. Okay, let name is equal to, okay, so let name is equal to Srinivas. Okay, what my requirement is Srinivas Gorantla. So this is my name. I just want to print this name inside the expression. Before the expression, first name is, or name is, or my name is, okay, so bind the value called name. So finally, my name is Srinivas Gorantla. You can see that. For example, let qualification qualification is a variable. So I want to give the qualification called MCA. Let salary, okay, let salary. I want to print the salary is equal to, let me give the number, something like 1,50,000. Finally, what my requirement is, I just want to show the values like qualification salary also, and my salary or my age or my qualification is so just get the qualifications, just get the qualification and take the break. Now my salary is now you can print the variable called salary. So finally, for each and every line, I'm taking a break, and you can see here my name is Srinivas Gorkla, my qualification is MCA, my salary is something like 1,50,000. In this way, you can use the expressions. Expressions using is very simple, straightforward. That is not an issue. You can just try to work on this, and in further program, we will try to work out JSX. See how JSX is working, how your JavaScript is actually available inside your HTML. Inside your HTML component, how you are injecting the JavaScript, or inside the JavaScript, how you are injecting HTML. That mixing part is called JSX. React follows JSX only. So we try to understand how JSX will be. And after that, we try to work out with props and kind of states and all. Please like the video. If you want to get more and more videos, so please subscribe it. Every time I'm uploading a video, you will get a notification on that. And immediately you can able to follow the channel, and you can able to follow the playlist, whatever the kind of videos I'm uploading regularly. You can able to easily follow, and you can able to easily practice, and you can able to easily attend interviews, and job getting is very easy. React is very famous, I already told you, and Stack is, so my final agenda is Stack. I'm going to be dealing Stack here in this playlist. And even in my channel, I'll be having a lot of other Python related concepts also, and different other kind of AI data science related also. Okay, please subscribe the channel and share with your friends, like it and comment it. Thank you. Hello all. Now we are discussing about JSX. What is the meaning of JSX is JavaScript with XML. See, React follows JSX syntax, right? So JSX syntax, it means we are writing JavaScript components, and inside the JavaScript components, we are trying to giving the HTML code. And again, inside this HTML, we are trying to injecting the JavaScript inside. And finally, these JS components, whatever the JS components we have, we are actually sending this one to the index.html only. So index.html only understands by the browser. So this is the basically a flow of the React application. This is the flow of the React application. You try to understand. See, on top of the browser, what it is going to be actually rendering. On top of the browser, index.html is rendering, but index.html is rendering with index.js. We know that. But index.js is rendering with app.js. For this app.js, a lot of JS components are going to be attaching or binding JS components, but these JS components again having the content as HTML, but inside the HTML also we are trying to adding JS. This is the default structure. This is the default structure when you create the project. This is the default structure, app.js. Still app.js is the default structure. But this is our custom process. This is our custom process, custom code we are trying to working. So we are trying to creating a number of JS components, and we are trying to creating a number of HTML elements, and we are trying to injecting the JS functions inside or JS concepts inside. So this is what actually we are doing, but this is the predefined one. Whatever it is available here, this is the predefined one. Predefined means whenever you download the project, that is basically available for you. But here for creating multiple JS components according to your application, and creating your HTML content inside, and trying to giving some JavaScript for that, we are doing, right? So let me go with the VS Code, and I'm trying to explaining how these things are happening with. Okay, so this is the header component, right? I don't want to, yeah, I can keep the header component only. Let me switch off all these things. I don't want to use this. Or keep the previous things. And one more time, I will explain all these things. That is not an issue. And let me go with the things, simply things. I want to create something like first name and last name. Let f name or first name is equal to something like Street. Okay. And let last name. So last name is equal to something like so this is my first name and last name. I got a first name and last name over there. So now what my requirement is, I just want to bind these two, first name and last name, into my H2. Okay. So inside the H2, what my requirement is, I want to add the first name and I want to add the last name. So I can directly give the expression as expression I can give. So expression, I can directly give the first name here. Then give a space, or you can give the underscore using with the string, right? Then last name will be inside this L underscore name. The finally header is going to be rendering. So first name and last name both are coming. So Srinivas underscore what? Yeah. So this is something like you can give like this underscore. You can give like this. First name and last name both are coming like this. And if you want, you can just give like a full name is okay. You can try to write like this. This is the one way to write the thing. But this is H2, right? Now I want to provide a more and more details as an object. For example, let me define an object. Let details of employee so is equal to something like this. Details of employee I'm trying to give it. Details of the employee, let me try to give the things. So details of the employee, yeah, I'm giving something like a salary. Salary, which is a object, right? So when I go for object, it is a key value pair. Okay, let me give the 60,000 and location. Let me give the IBM. So details of the employee I'm trying to provide, or employee ID also, if you want, you can just give the employee ID also. EMP colon 10,004. Employee ID. Comma missing, right? But here this one is something like this. Now what my requirement is, I just want to provide the employee details in the can I provide something like this? Employee details. Okay. For this employee details, let me try to give the order list item. Okay. For this list item, can I take order list or unordered list? Let me take unordered list now. For this unordered list, I want to give the list item. This one, first one is employee qualification is, or employee name is, first of all. Employee name is this one. So you can give the first name, F underscore name, and underscore L underscore name. Then one more list item, employee qualification. Employee qualification. Here the thing is, this qualification is basically coming from, there is no qualification. Huh? Okay, let me try to provide the qualification here. Qualification colon should be something like MCA. Okay, comma. And this one is details of employee. Details of employee, first of all, need to pass to the major component. Based on that, I want to access the values. Details of the employee qualification. Details of the employee dot qualification. This one. So the first list object is name, employee name. Second list object is qualification. Third list object is something like, what is the third list object you want? Salary, right? Employee salary. Okay, so let me provide the salary. So this time It is details of the employee. Okay, what is the object name? This is the object name, right? So details of the employee dot salary. And we have the location and employee ID also. Employee ID and location. Yes, employee ID. Employee ID is okay. What is the employee ID? Suppose employee ID is object.empid, and employee qualification is this, employee salary is this, and employee location. Finally, I want to find out the location also. How to find out the location? How to find out the location? EMP location. Location is okay. If you want to give the location, you can give the location. So again, object, this object dot, okay, location, this location. So what the location I'm trying to providing? IBM, right? Or employee company name, whatever it may be. Employee location, better we can give like organization. Organization. Okay, let me give something like organization. Or origin, whatever, maybe origin. Let me say employee working location. Employee working location is something like origin. So finally, you can see browser. There are multiple things. Employee name, I got ID not coming, salary qualification not coming. What is the problem? EMPID, details of the employee dot EMPID. What is the issue? Name is coming, but ID is not coming, salary is not coming. What is the problem? Let me check it out. This is object, right? So pass the object for the header. ID not coming, and qualification not coming, salary is not coming, and location is also not coming. Yes. Here I can go with the constant here, and let me pass the values for the H3 is here now. So let me go for the H4. And the first one is employee ID. And go for the object name. What is the object name here? Details of employee. Details of the employee dot EMPID. Now let me check this will come or not. The first one, yeah, employee ID is coming without passing the value. It is coming fine. And finally, I want to better I take a H5 here first. In the same way, I want to work with the first one is employee ID. Second one is qualification, salary, and origin. Qualification, salary, and origin. Qualification, salary, and origin. Yes. Employee qualification and salary. Sal, I think so. What is this? Sal and origin. Okay, fine. I just want to try to execute this. If I try to execute this, each and everything is there. Employee ID is 1004 and employee ID is MCA. Sorry, everything is ID now. That is a difference. This one is employee qualification and this one is salary. This one is something like origin. Okay. Finally, you can see the output of the employee. Full name is something like Srinivas Gorandla, and employee details I am trying to populating into the just H5s here. But you if you want, you can try to work with the list objects also. So unordered list you take, and in an ordered list you can provide as a list objects. Yeah, that will also come. Process is same. You create an object like this. You create an object like this. Whenever you want to access the object value, first of all, you need to pass the key. So this is the name of the object. Details of the employee is the name of the object. Object dot qualification value is MCA. Object dot salary, the value is 60,000. See, object. Whenever you want to access this MCA, what I want to do is, first of all, you need to specify the object name. Object name dot key. What is the key here? Key is qualification. And object name dot salary. Object name dot empid. This way you have to access the values. When you access the value, that value I want to bind as JavaScript expression into the HTML. As JavaScript expression into the HTML. So here, this is the HTML component. Inside the HTML component, I am using JavaScript. This is JavaScript. This is expression. This is expression. Expression is JavaScript. You are trying to binding the value as expression in real time. Dynamically, I can able to get the values from the server. If the data is coming from server, it is a kind of JSON object or JSON array. A list of values dynamically will come, and at that time also we have to bind the same process. We have to bind the data with the same process. You try to practice this program. This is very important. You try to understand it. Okay, we will explore more and more on this in the coming classes.
So good morning, all of you. Today we will discuss about create a sample page using with the React. Create a small and sample page using with the React. Okay, so whenever you want to create a small page, actually, I already told you, page is collection of components, right? Page is collection of components. So here we will create a component as a functional component, and we try to reuse the same component for multiple times. Okay, and this concept actually called nested components. This concept actually called nested components. Okay, how to work with the nested components. Let me change the theme. Theme for VS Code. Let me go for the default dark. Customize the theme. Okay, so I don't want to do the different kind of cases for the Sublime text and all. Okay. Okay. One second, guys. I just want to open the previous thing. Okay, so component as a functional component, and we try to reuse the same component for multiple times. That is the agenda. And this concept actually called nested components. Okay. And one more thing, we try to add CSS in different ways for the component. Okay, so this is the same concept. In the same program, we try to implement the CSS in the different ways. That is also be done. Okay, let me open the React project So last class, I created a project called demo app, I think so. This is the demo app I created. So inside this, what I want to do is I want to let me go with the agenda using with the paint. Okay, I'm going with agenda. So what is the agenda is? It is a kind of a Netflix application or Amazon application, or you can go with the something like uh, Book My Show application, or you can go like AHA application, or you can go like so this is a kind of a Prime Video application, whatever it may be. In the case of representing the images, for example, sometime you will be having the header on top of the page, and you will be having footer. You will be having footer on the bottom of the page, and the center of the screen. You may have the multiple images, for example, multiple sections, okay, multiple grids like this. Okay, so for each and every grid, it may have multiple images. For example, I want to have some image over there. Okay, let me have some image here. Okay, so this is the image, and let me have some title for the image. Okay, so let me have some title for the image. Title of the image over there, and subtitle of the image. Suppose I want to represent a subtitle for the image also. When you want to represent a subtitle for the image, you can display like this. Okay, the same component which is going to be okay. But let me do one thing. Okay, let me do one thing. I just want to have the image like this, or it should be like this. And I want to have the title for that. Okay, let me have the title for that. Sorry, I'm not good at diagram presentation and all. Okay, this is title. So here it is image, and here it is the title. Let me tell you. What my requirement is, I want to have the same thing for multiple times. Okay. I want to have the same thing for multiple times on top of the screen. Okay. So this is my requirement. This is my requirement. I want to have the same concept for multiple times. Select, copy, paste. Yeah. I want to have the same thing for multiple times. This is the header, right? And this is the footer component. Header component, footer component as usually. Header and footer. So some content I will place on top of the header, some content I will place on top of the footer. And in the center of the page, I want to show some image and title. It may be a different image or it may be a similar image. First of all, we will go with the similar image. Later, we can go with the different images, different titles using with the props concept. Props nothing but a property attached. So how we can able to attach a property for that particular component. Later, we will see that. Okay, so right now, I want to build the same page. I want to build the same page. How we can able to build the same page? Okay, so let me stop the image component here. And SRC, go to the app.js. What is available in the app.js? So many things we have previously. I want to delete everything. I don't want to show all these things here. Okay, delete everything. Okay, div need to be closed. Fine. Okay, so here the thing, I have something like a function. Styles also remove. These two things also remove, header also remove. And finally, my requirement is I want to go with a header component, footer component, and same time I want to go with the image component. Let me try to create a header component, a const header, which is going to be, okay, return something. Return, which could be something like h1. Hello, I'm header. Okay, so hello, I'm header. Okay. Maybe. Okay, this could be a arrow function. Just go like arrow function. This one. Just like arrow function, you create like arrow function. This is the header. Let me try to add the header here. Header. Okay. So now launch this terminal. Go to new terminal. Previous one I just closed, and then npm start. So I'm just trying to writing a arrow function. I'm trying to creating the header component on top of the screen. I want to represent the header component, and later we will have the footer component also. And let's see header component is there or not. Okay, not saved. Maybe header is so far. Okay, hello, I'm header. Header we got header. Okay, after the header, I want to show some image component or some article or img. So whenever you create a component, just go like, can I go like a frame? Let me go like a frame. Frame is equal to, it should be have something. Okay, return. I want to have return value should be something like this. And inside this, I want to show image. I want to show something like image and text, right? I want to show something like image and text. I need to show image. I need to show the text. So both I need to represent here. So I'm just giving the comments here. I don't have any image. I don't have any text here. But what my requirement is, I will create some other component for image and some other component for text. Okay. Const img or image. Const image is equal to, I want to have something like return img tag img src. At the same time, I want to have the text also. Const title. Let me give the capital letter. Title is equal to, I just want to give the arrow function again, and this is the title. Return a span. You can give the title like hello, I'm title. Right. So now my requirement is SRC. For SRC, I need to take some image, right? Let me take some images. Movies. Okay. Okay, so let's have something. Some movie, whatever it may be. So save, copy image address. Copy image address over there. Let's try to add this image and these two things, image here. And after that text also, I just want to add, what is the text name? Title, right? Okay, for this image and title. And finally, I want to add the frame. I want to add the frame after the header. After the header, I'm trying to adding the frame. So frame, I'm trying to add it. So how many times you want to add the frame? You can add the frame number of times. That is not an issue. I'm trying to adding the frame for number of times. Okay, so now let's see the output of the program. You can see output of the program very clear, but image size is very, very bigger. Now, what my requirement is, I just want to reduce the size of the image. For image, I want to write a style sheet. Okay, for this style, I want to get some, let me define some style for that. Let me go, my style is equal to, okay, that is for IMG, right? Image style. Image style. I want to have something. What my requirement for image style is. Let me give the width of the image should be 100 pixel and comma height of the image is going to be, width of the image could be 200 pixel and height of the image could be 150 pixel. Oh my God. This is my style and this is image style. Okay, this is about the image style and I want to give the title style also. And title style. Title style. And this could be an object and comma separated. Now this is the image style and this is the title style. Title, I want to give the color and background color. Color should be something like a blue and color blue and font style something like italic. Text align center. Comma. So missing comma. Fine. This is my style. Inside the my style, I have the image style. My style dot image style. So get my style here. My style dot image style. And here for this title span, style is equal to an object and my style dot title style. So inside the my style object, we have the child object as a image style, and inside the child object, we will be having the multiple properties like a width and height over there. And finally, you will be having different things like this. But both are now, what is happening, image and title both are side by side. Why? Because of both are inline elements. Both are inline elements. That is the why reason both are coming side by side. What I can do after image, I will take a break. After image, I will take a break. Okay, so now you can see, hello, I am title and both are coming now. And finally, what my requirement is for frame, I want to design for frame, I want to design a simple thing. Frame style, right? Where is the frame? Frame is available here. For frame, I want to design some style. What is that? Okay, frame style. Frame style colon, which will have something like, what do you want for frame style? I want to give some border radius. Border radius 10 pixel. 10 pixel. 10 pixel should be in the single quotes. And I want to give some border 2 pixel or 3 pixel solid green. I'm just trying to giving something, but this should be inside the single quotes or double quotes. See, whenever you're writing the React style, it is having some rules and regulations. Please follow that. And background color, I want to provide something like a pink or a light blue, light pink. Okay, fine. But where this frame style should be available, frame style should be available for the division. This is the division, right? Style and my style dot frame style. Okay, frame style. So please take it my style dot frame style for the division. Why? Because of division is a block. Oh my God. But the division is a very bigger one. Division is very bigger one. But inside the division, you will be having some frame. You need to design some frame. Frame should be, it is actually occupying full width of the page. Why? Because of that is division. Division is basically occupy full width of the page. Division is basically occupy for full width of the page. Let me have the span here. Instead of the division, I will take a span. It's a container element. Container element as a span. But some problem we got. Whenever I'm taking a span, we got a problem. We got an issue. That is not the right way. That is not the right way to take a span. And later we will discuss about the positions. With the positions, we can able to understand how we can able to adjust this one. Okay, how this will be. Suppose this is for block level. Division is block level. This is in the mobile interface and this is in the tablet interface. This is in the desktop interface. Later we will try to attach bootstrap for this. Once you attach a bootstrap, automatically images are going to be coming side by side, or we will design one table kind of structure. When we design a table kind of structure, automatically images will come side by side. Let me go and try to work with the table kind of concept now. Inside this, I want to take a table. Inside this, I want to take a TR. Inside this, I will take a TD. And inside the TD, I will take this. Yeah, this one. Cut this one and put in the first TD. Cut this one and put in the first TD. This is my first table column. And multiple columns I want to add for the. Okay, better we can go without having copy paste. You create a table separate component and you try to attach the you try to create a TD as a separate component and keep into the TRs. That is better. But for your understanding purpose, just now I'm taking only 2 TDs. Okay, for the table, I want to give some style. Table attributes I'm trying to giving something like a border 2px. Style. Border 2px. Width of the table should be 100% of the screen. Okay. Let me go. And TD, for TD also, I want to define some style. Style and width of the TD should be something like 25%. And every TD should be like that. This is the TD close, TD open and TD close. This one TD. Now you can see that maybe I got it, but better we can take multiple TDs. But this is not a right way. You have to create a separate component, and better you can place the different images in the same component. 25%. Okay, fine. Can I have the one more in the same row? If it is 25%, it will go in the next row, I think so. Okay, how many TRs are coming? Multiple TRs are coming, right? And TD, I'm checking a TD as 25%. That is the why reason it is coming like this. This is our requirement basically. This is our requirement. In the coming concept, how I need to make a header fix and how I need to make a footer fix and all we will see. How I can make a header fix and how we can make a footer fix also we will see. And this text, I want to give the font weight. Font weight. I will give the bold for the font weight. Bold. Let me give the bold for that. Font weight as bold. Yes, yes, yes. That's fine. That's fine. Now the thing is for division. Where is the division? Division is something like a frame style, right? I will give some margin also. Margin 5 pixel for all sides. and GPX is very bigger. Just give a look, feel good. Something is missing. If you miss something, automatically it will give you the issue. Background. Okay. All the things are coming fine. Okay, the component is good now, but here I want to take a as component. For example, the requirement, the basic our requirement is this should be as a component. This should be as a component. Okay. Some more styles need to be added, and some more internal way of structure we need to add for this. And each and every title and image I want as component. That is a major agenda. But here I'm using a table structure. Yeah, table structure you can use for Bootstrap also. We can able to work on this. Later we can discuss about the Bootstrap. Bootstrap is better based on the device resolution. I can able to adjust my content. For example, here I am giving percentage mode. That is not an issue. So in percentage mode, even Bootstrap is not working. Here the Bootstrap is not working for table. That is a problem. The content is missing when you are compressing the screen and all. Okay. So later we will continue with the same application. This is a kind of project later we will do with the extension for this project. Okay, we will go through the props in the coming concept. Buy and do practice well. Please do subscribe my channel. If people are not subscribed to my channel, you cannot able to see anything updates. For example, this is my channel. So you can search like a code with the Srini. You can search like a code with the Srini. When you search like a code with the Srini, this is my image and this is our channel. And here in this channel, I'm trying to uploading lot of modern stack videos. You can go with the playlist. You can go with the Python Django. You can go with the Mon stack. You can go with the JavaScript. You can go with HTML, CSS, JavaScript. I'm trying to uploading a lot of playlist also and adding more and more videos for the playlist. Please go and subscribe my channel. Then you can get automatic updates. For example, if I upload some video, immediately you can able to get the notification and you can able to watch the video and you can follow the playlist and you can practice it immediately. Better you prepare for your interview, better you can get your jobs very soon. Okay, please share with your friends also. If any your colleagues or friends are available, playlist is better. You can able to crack your interviews and you can able to get your jobs and all very soon. I'm uploading a lot of videos for the Mon stack. I will upload a lot of videos for the Python Django, and very soon I'm trying to adding a more and more playlist for Java full stack, and one more thing .NET full stack, and one more thing mean full stack. Mean also I will try to go with mean stack. And people are asking about Vue.js videos also. I will upload a Vue.js playlist also very soon. Okay. So thank you. Please go and subscribe. Bye bye. Signing off. See you. Okay. So try to understand about two kind of components. We discuss about functional and class components today. And after that, we will discuss about props also, functional components and class components. I already told you, functional components are very famous. And in the latest version, most of the React applications are actually working with the functional components. It is actually defining using with the function keyword. And functional components, one more time, I'm actually discussing about it. Functional components allows only props. And functional component did not maintain state. Did not maintain state. Okay, so and functional component only have return value, return a single value. So anytime return means single value. And come to the class components. Class components are basically defined with the class keyword. Defined with class keyword. And one more thing, class component allows props and state. And one more thing, class component maintain state lifecycle. And one more thing, class component have render and return. And render and return keywords. Okay, so we will try to understand how the functional component and class component will be, but most of the latest applications are using functional components only. Class components people are not using. Compared to the functional components, class components are slow. Compared to class component, functional are speed in execution. Compared to functional components, compared to functional class components are slow in execution. Compared to functional components, class components are slow in execution. So these are the points you have to remember. Now we will try to see one simple example how the functional component and how class component will work out. Okay, so let me take two components now. I am trying to creating two components here. The one is functional component, functional com. That's it. Functional com.js. Now come to the functional component.js. Okay, so import React from React. And let me try to create a simple functional component now. Function, okay, functional underscore component. Okay, that's it. And which is going to be having something like return value, which is going to be having some return value. So this is going to be returning h1. And let me write something functional component, and that should be export default and functional component. And instead of writing this export default like this, here only you can write like export default. Export default you can write here only instead of writing the below here, or you can go with the as usual process, normal process like this. Okay, now try to import this functional component into the app.js. Import functional component in app.js. Import functional component from. Okay, functional component. Let's see. Okay. Import functional component from. See why this is not coming like functional component. It is not exporting, I think so. Oh my God, I just want to export it. Okay, so export here. Without export, you cannot able to do access it. Right, now this is actually importing functional component from functional com. Okay, functional com. Now come to, and here it is compo and here it is com. Okay, no problem. Come to app.js and let me try to switch off the complete where I'm trying to executing all the values. So here I don't want to header, I don't want a frame also. And let me access the functional component. Okay. Now let's see this functional component will execute in the terminal. So take a new terminal. take a new terminal here and close the things, previous ones, npm start. Now I'm trying to launching the functional component. Inside one functional component, you can add sub-functional components also. That is there. Okay. Okay, so I have functional component got added on top of the screen. Now what my requirement is, come to the functional component here. I want to add more and more functional component here. Okay, let fun one, or can I go, let me go with my city. My city is equal to, I need to write a simple arrow function. This is called arrow function. Let me go with the constant. It's not a variable, this constant kind of thing. Okay, so this is arrow function. You know about arrow functions, right? ES6. ES6 follows arrow function. And what this is going to be return a value. So my city, Hyderabad. My city, Hyderabad. Okay, let's have the my country now. Const. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. So whenever you have the thing, you can go with whenever you have the function, you can go with capital letter. That is important. Now arrow function, and this will be return value. No need to export and import here. Why? Because of in the same functional component file, we are actually creating the sub functions. That is why reason no export, no import. If it is a separate file, then export and import and require, but it is not separate file, right? So if it is not separate file, no worries about it. My country is India. My country is India. Okay, or Bharat. Okay, so let's go and try to utilize it. Oh, now I want to use inside the functional component. I want to return a value. I will take a division now. Okay, so let's take a division. Division. Why? Because of it's a container. Whenever you have two functions, I need to import here. Whenever I need to import two sub functions into the main function, first of all, you have to take any function return a single component or single value, single element. That is the reason I'm taking a single element like a division here. Inside the division, I want to take two important things. One is the my city, one is the my country. Let me take my city and let me take my country also. So my city and my country both are there. Okay, you can import like that and you can import like this. Even it is available in the self-closed tag or it is a open and closed tag also. Both will be allowed. Okay, finally execute it. And my city is Hyderabad, my country is India or Bharat. My country is Bharat. Okay, fine. Now you can see the output of this program. So just to save the program, automatically it is redirected to the actual page. It is redirected to the actual page. This is the major function we are actually exporting. This is the major function we are exporting here. And that function only I'm importing here. Can you see this? That function only I'm importing here. So can I switch off all this? Or you can delete it. It is not required. It is not required. Now you can delete it. That is previous program. I'm just deleting that. And this is the functional component. And for this functional component, what we have is, we have two other sub functions also. Let's go and check it out. One is my city and one is my country. And here my city and my country, here my city is one function and my country is the one function and my city is using here and my country also using here. But here the container tag is important. Any function, this is the major function, this is the global function, major function, but this function returns a single value. Any function returns a single value. That is the reason I'm taking a single value as division. But inside the division, I can take 1 and 2. Two components I'm actually trying to return. Inside the single component, inside the single element, I'm trying to attaching multiple elements like my city and my country. And if you want my name also, you can able to do it. Okay, let me go with my name also. Okay, so let me go with my name. Const my name is equal to Okay, parenthesis require parameters. Later we will do that. And here, just go and return. Let me go with H1 again. H1 I'm taking Srinivas. Go run plan. Okay, so this is the another my name function. So I'm just trying to return, render them. Sorry, return the my name. My name, my city, my country. Two ways. You can return as self-closed tag, or you can return as open tag and close tag. Both will work. Both will work, sir. Remember it. Okay, so yeah, Srinivas Gorantla, my city, my Hyderabad, and my country is something like Bharat. Okay, so this is about functional. This is about functional component. Functional component. And later we will discuss about props in the functional component. Okay, fine. So have a good day. Signing off. And please subscribe my channel. If you don't subscribe, you cannot able to see my latest videos, and you cannot able to see. You cannot able to follow my playlist also. I'm trying to giving all full stack related playlist for you. Also free of course. No need to pay anything. All full stack related playlists I'm going to be uploading into the YouTube, step by step, concept by concept. Okay, by the number. So you follow the 0, 1, 2, 3 like that. If it is the last video is 150, 150 is the last video. The number, each and every video by number wise, I'm trying to uploading in my YouTube channel like Code with Srini. You follow with me, Code with Srini. Like, share, comment, and just give some support. I want to upload more and more videos for you. Signing off. See you. Okay, so today we will discuss about props in React. Props in React. So many people are actually fear or confusing about props. Props are nothing but it means something like properties. What is property? What is property? Property is a kind of object state value. Object state value. Okay, so what is a state? For example, if I take a dog, dog have a number of properties. Dog have some name, dog have some color, dog have some breed, and dog have some height, dog have some weight. See everything. For example, name I can specify with a value. What the value I can able to specify with the name? Something like Tommy. And I can specify the color for this. Color should be something like white. I can say something like breed. I can say something like breed XYZ. Okay, whatever it means. And I can say some height could be something like 2.2. And weight I can say it something like 23.45. See, whenever you have some value for the property, suppose name Tommy, color white, and breed XYZ, and height 2.2, and weight 23.45. We are fixing the value. We are fixing the value for the property, that is props. So state is a concept. Later we will discuss about the state. State is nothing but change property value dynamically. That is called state. That is called state. It's the property value getting changed. It may be something like a color. Color white need to change to brown if I want to go like this. Okay, so this is something like a state change process. Later we will discuss about the state and all in the class component itself. But here we are discussing about the props in functional component. Even in the class component also we'll discuss about the props. Now let me go to the program, and same functional component I will use, or let me create a separate component according to the props. Props example.js. Okay. Let me go and create a function. You can directly props example. Props underscore example. I'm creating what? Arrow function, right? Return this props example. I want to return something. Props example. Okay, fine. I want to export it. Export default. Okay, props example. Now come to the app.js. Import it. This is not there. This is not there. Let me try to import it. Import props example from props example. Props example. I'm trying to attach it. Now see the browser. When you see the browser, oh my God. Element type is a string component composite. Now let me save the things. Props example. So I got a props example. The problem is a program not saved properly. Okay, now my requirement is I want to create a simple object in the props example. Come to the props example. I want to create a simple an object. Let me create an object. Constant emp. Constant emp. I want to create a simple object emp underscore name. Emp underscore name is Srinivas. Employee value. Employee underscore age 34. Comma compulsory. Later we will discuss about object related rules and regulations. Now, employee salary, it may be something like 67,000. And employee ID, or just enough. These three are the values of this particular employee. What my requirement is here in this return, instead of this one, I want to say division. Let me take a division over there. Let me take a division. So division. For this division, I want to have employee name, employee age, employee salary. This one, employee name is, okay, this is JavaScript. JavaScript inside the HTML. JavaScript inside the HTML, you have to go with the object kind of thing. Object syntax, curly braces syntax. Okay. So emp dot emp name. Emp dot emp name. So I try to add it. Next, emp dot second one is age, right? Emp dot emp age. And third one, emp is salary. Emp is salary. Emp salary. So this time this is emp underscore salary. We have three things. Finally, output, you can see the output. EMP name is Srinivas, EMP age is 34, and EMP salary is 67,000. Fine. Now the thing is inside this, okay, props example is executing fine. Now the important thing, what my requirement is, I will be having props and I need to assign the values using by the props. Got my point? I need to use the employee as a class, as a function. For this employee, I will be having a number of values. For example, I want to have the EMP name. I want to have the EMP age. I want to have the EMP salary. Different. Okay, so in that case, what I want to do is I'll stop all these things. Okay, I don't want all these things. Create a function like an employee. Function employee. Okay. Employee. And it is written a values like sorry. It is written values like division. Okay, keep the division here. Fine. So inside the division, I will be having different kind of values. I will be having the same EMP, this one, these things. Okay, I want to keep the all H1s here. Okay. One is employee name, one is the employee age, and one more is the employee salary. We will be having three things. Now my requirement is I want to import employee, not functional props and import employee. Okay. I need to export it, right? Properly, I need to export it. Export employee. Okay, export default employee. Sorry. Export default employee. So employee should be export from the file called props example here. Okay, now here the thing is import employee from props example. Props example is the file name and component name is employee. Component name is employee. So you have to utilize as employee. So here try to access as employee. Okay, now the thing is very important. I want to have employees saved. And we got a same thing. Employee name is Srinivas, employee age is something like 34, employee salary is something like 67,000. But here the thing is, values are going to be passed with the object. Whatever the object we have here, from this object, values are passing. So instead of that, what I can do is, here I can specify as props. And here I will decide with my property something like employee name. See, props.employee name, I can specify props.employee name. Okay, so here I want to create this employee as props. Okay, so here I am just using as props here. And here employee name is here in app.js. Here also props. Props.employee name. Employee name. So I can specify the employee name as kind of Srinivas. Okay. This is my first employee basically. And I can give employee age and salary or another employee, something like Srikanth. And another employee, something like Suresh. I got 3 employees now. The first employee got employee name as Srinivas, second employee name as Srikanth, third employee name as Suresh. Come to this one. I don't want to do this once here. This time employee name is props.emp name. That's all enough. Only name I want to retrieving now. And this should be inside the braces, curly braces. Don't forget about it. Why? Because this is JavaScript and I'm not using object now. I'm retrieving the value. Employee name. Okay, employee name is not coming. Just go to the inspector. Go to the console. Okay, uncaught error element type is somewhere we got an issue. Just rectify it. So program not saved properly. Now just go to the props example here. So employee, we will be having the props properly. So this is the keyword we need to mention for this employee. And I'm actually retrieving the only name value now. That name value is something like props.emp name. But here I'm passing the value for the name. EMP name is Srinivas and EMP name is Srikanth and EMP name is Suresh. Properly save the values. And go to the output now. Okay, so yeah, employee name is Srinivas, employee name is something like Srikanth, and employee name is some kind of Suresh. But here, what is happening? Only name values I got. Only name values I got. Let me go with the salary also. Salary. Okay. Salary is equal to 45,000. Oh. It should be string. Now salary space, you have to give the space. Without space, it will not take 56,000. And salary is equal to 76,000. Now I am giving salary also. But come to here, I want to print out all the values like salaries also. But salaries of the each and every employee, I will keep in the H3. I will keep in the H3. Okay. H3, close H3 here. H3 open, H3 close, and employee salary. I want to print employee salaries. And here the thing is props dot emp. Okay, now just it is salary. Salary, I think so. What is the property you are giving here? That is the property. How to get it? Props dot salary. So when I say props dot salary, then obviously you can able to get salary. So, yeah. And why this was coming with a blue color? Something CSS is working for that. I don't want any CSS for that. You can just keep off CSS. Completely, I got keep off the CSS. I don't have any CSS working now. But all my content should come into the center of the screen. If you want, you can do that using with style. You can write a style for this. And H1. For H1, I want to write a different kind of styles. And H3, for H1, I want to give the name kind of heading 1. Head 1, this one, head 1. Color red. Okay, you can specify like this, color red. Font style, italic, text align, center. Okay, font style also should be like JavaScript. Font, S capital, font style, font, S capital, font style italic. Okay, now this is the my style. Suppose for example, so here style is equal to my style. My style. My style is the style. Let's go. Okay. Now this one also. For H2 also, I want to define one more thing, my style 1. Define one more object, my style 1. For my style 1, color is blue and remaining things as it is. Okay, if you want font family, Vardhana, let me give the Vardhana font family for that. My style 1 should be available for the H3. Style is equal to my style 1. My style for H1, my style 1 for the H3. Now you can see, yeah. This one. Okay, for the division, I want to give the style for the division root style. Const root style is equal to. Okay, so background color light green. Background color I'm trying to provide. At the same time, margin for each and every element, I'm just giving something like 6 px. Can I say margin bottom? Margin bottom 6px. Okay. Not applicable. Okay, this root style I want to apply for the division. Style, root style. Now you can see. Okay, let me give some padding also inside. Better this opacity. Opacity, I'm just giving 0.3. Padding 5 pixel. Inside 5 pixel padding I'm trying to. Now let's see opacity. Okay, opacity is getting changed for everything. Now let me delete the opacity. Opacity is applicable for everything. That is the problem. The root level it is applicable. Employee name I got, employee salary I got. Using with props, you can do this kind of thing, but I want to change the value. When I click on something, my salary should be updated with 10,000. When I click on the button, somewhere I will take a button. When I click on the button, salary will be adding with 10,000 extra. Add bonus or reductions, whatever you want, you can do with events and all. For that, we need to apply a straight concept. Later, we will discuss about all those things. The props, nothing but props are mutable. Straights are immutable. Okay.
So last class, we discussed about React functional components. At the same time, functional components and nested functional components also. And we already discussed about props in React functional component also in the last class. And today we will discuss about class component in React. See how we can able to design a component or prepare a component using by the class name or a class keyword. So components are two types. We already discussed about it. Functional components and class components. Functional components are actually return something, but class components are going to be render and return something. And functional component, which is not having a straight concept, and class components, which is going to be having some straight concept also. Functional components only props available, but class component we have straight and props both. And one more important thing we have to discuss here is class components are no more available in the recent React version. And why people are actually want to go with the class component is, for example, if you join for the company which is available with the old project, some old project is going to be migrating into the functional, and they already written some code in the class components. So you need to understand what is the class component structure. They already written something. So for that reason, we have to work with the class component. So only I want to give how class component is available and all. And but most of the course we have in the functional component only. Class components already removed for the latest people. Okay, so class component designed or declared with class keyword. Class keyword. Okay, so let me try to prepare it. Class name. Class name you have to specify, and this will be extends from reactor.component something. So this is the way of writing the class component, and which is going to be render something. So render, and which can be having something like a return, and whatever the thing you want, you can define. Suppose this is class component kind of thing. Okay, so let me go to the Visual Studio Code, and I will try to explain about the class company export and all as usual common. Let me try to prepare a new component class component. Okay, so class component dot. Okay, so let me try to import React from React. Okay, so now let me try to define some class component. Class name is something like a class So every component should be the capital letter, right? So class component. So this will be extends React.component. That's fine. So this is render something or return something. First of all, render. And this is going to be rendering and this will be return. Okay, so I just want to give h1 content. Okay, so I just want to give the h1 over there, and this is class component. And here I want to export default, whatever the class name you have, the class component. I just want to export it. Let me try to import this one into the app.js. First of all, in app.js, I just want to import the thing. Okay, so import. So I don't want to use the employee right now. I'm trying to importing something. What I need to import is import class component from class. Okay, let me try to import it. Okay, so I want to access one more time. 2 or 3 times I'm trying to accessing the same component here. Now I want to open the terminal, new terminal, and launch it. npm start. When I say npm start, and this could be executed. Oh my God, some issues we have. What is this? Render, click render method of app. Okay, so not saved actually. So this is class component, this is class component, this is class component. Multiple times I got a class component. Okay, for example, so inside the class component, if I want to define some functional components. So already functional component is available. I want to use this functional component inside the class component. Let me try to import functional component inside the class component. So for example, I want to return something, this one. And after that, I want to utilize the functional component also. Yeah. So that functional component, whatever we have. Okay. So let me try to work out with this functional component. This one. What happened? Not exported. Yes, it is exporting. Oh my God. So this could be needed a super level element. Super level element, a single element needed. That single element should be a division. Okay. That is the required thing. So inside the class component, I will be having something. So now you can see. So this is the class component, and Srinivas Gorantla, my city Hyderabad, and this country is Bharat. Okay, so again class component, all these things are there, but what is required? Div, style, color should be red, and background color I want to give. Background color something like light green. Okay. Okay, for the division, I'm giving this kind of style. Okay, save it. Once you saved, oh my God, red and light green, we have issue. Red, okay, could be object, I think so. This is object, we have to give the comma, comma separated value. Yes. So we got a class, number of times I got a class here. And okay, some look and feel color. It should be something like white and font size or font style. Font style could be italic and text align center. Okay, font style, comma missing. Font style italic and text align center. Right now you can see what is output. Yes, we got it. See, whatever the thing you want, you can just specify it. A light, can I go light blue or thick blue? Yeah, no issues. If it is thick blue and color is good and something like padding, I want to give some padding. So this is class components. But inside the class component, I'll be having the functional component. That is the major important thing. So the chain is important. Chain already available and nested component. This class, inside the class component, I am having functional component. This is the major class component, right? So inside the class component, what I'm trying to doing is I'm actually having the functional component. Inside the class component, I'm having a functional component. And finally, this class component is going in app.js. For app.js, class component is going, but inside the class component, we already have the functional component internally. This is actually called a nested components. The concept is try to understand it. And the coming session, we will see how props available in the class component also. Props, and then we will try to understand about the state concept also inside the class components in the coming video. Okay, so please like the video and share. You can subscribe it. If you don't subscribe it, you cannot able to see the latest videos and all. Please do subscribe. Please share with your friends or colleagues. Please like the video, and if you want, you can just give the comment whatever the latest recording things you want and latest sessions you want, and any other courses you want. You just try to ping me, and I will give you the solution for that. And I will try to keep a number of videos on the latest concepts like projects, kind of scenarios, and also. So thank you. Signing off. See you in the coming video. Bye. So in last class, we discussed about class component, and today we will see about how we can define nested components in multiple ways. See, nested components means, for example, inside the functional, I want to keep a class component. Okay, inside the class component, I want to keep a functional component. So this is the simple formula. So how we can able to design a nested components like this inside the functional, how we can keep a class component inside the class, how you can keep a functional component. So the major thing is we have to create as root level component as functional in one file. And one more file is as root level, we have to go with the class component. But inside the functional, we have to go with the class. But inside the class, you have to go with the functional. So this is the simple thing we have to do. And let me try to work with the app.js. And here I'm just stopping the previous things, whatever we have. I'm just stopping everything. Now let me create a new file. This will be something like a functional and class.js. Inside the functional, I have class. Okay, yeah, functional class. It means the first one is a root level class is functional class, but functional component, but inside the functional, we have to go with the class. So for that, just to create a function, just as usual. So create a functional component. So you already have the functional component like this. You can create a functional component like this. Function is a keyword for that. Okay, functional class. You can do like this. Okay. Functional, and the name is okay, export functional class. But inside this, I want to design a class component, right? So we already have something like a class component. What is the class component we created previously? A class com. So I want to access class com. I want to access class com now. So how to access the class com now? So let me go to the this one. Import class component from class. Now I want to give the value as class com. But finally, I want to access this functional class into the app.js. Come to the app.js and functional com. Import functional functional class. Yeah, functional class. So finally, I want to give the functional class adjust. Okay, so adjust it up, and this is the functional class. This is the functional component inside the functional component, inside the functional class. I'm trying to giving the class component inside, right? So just try to execute the terminal. So go to the terminal, new terminal, and just go and close all the servers, taking new terminal, npm start. If I say npm start, node server is running, and inside the functional you'll be having the class. Inside the functional you'll be having the class. Just go. Yeah, this is a class component basically, but that class component we have the function inside. Okay, so here what my requirement is, okay, just go and check it out. This is functional available with, but if I am having two things, can go for the division. Okay, so this is functional available with the class. That is the heading for me. I just give it. Now, what my requirement is, I want to go with the class with the function. Class with functional. Okay. Dot class with functionals. First of all, I want to go with the class component, but inside this, I want to have the functional component. Yeah, let me take a class with the functional like this. And here, what my requirement is, already functional component is importing. And this division I'm deleting. And this is class component with function. So in the previous program, we already discussed about it, but one more time. But this is class with function. So this one is a extendable thing. But here my thing is class function. Go to app.js. Instead of this, import class function. Okay, so try to enable the class function. See this output now. Okay, something not saved. Import class function. So class function also need to save. If you save here, this is render and returning a functional component. Okay. Class function. Yeah, so this is a class component with the functional. Class component, inside the class component, we will be having the functional component. Just try to go with this. This is a little bit very easy. You already know about functional component, how to create a functional component. We already know how to create a class component, but what we are doing is inside the class, we are keeping functional. Inside the functional, we are keeping the class. In coming class, we will discuss about props and state for the class component, and we'll go with events also with the components. Okay. So please do subscribe, like my channel, share video for your friends and colleagues. If you want more and more videos as notification, please go and subscribe. Click on bell icon, right?
So today we will see about React events. Okay, so in normal HTML and JavaScript, we will be having events. In HTML and JavaScript, we have events a very simpler way. Like you will take a button, for example. Let me take a button. For this button, the title is something like a click me. And here you can write a script like this. Okay, so there are two processes in JavaScript. Let me explain the two processes also. Document dot get elements by tag name. Name of the tag is a button. For example, this is HTML and JavaScript I'm trying to tell you about. Add event listener. Add event listener. Listener name is something like a click, and you can write a function and you can implement the function below. Function fun. And here I'll be having some function block or function block code. So this is the one way. And another way we will be having in JavaScript. So you can go like on click. On click is equal to, you can call the function. Whatever the function you written, that function you can call like this. Okay. So, but this is in JavaScript with HTML, how events are going to be working. But in React, not like that. In React, not like that. In React, how to work with the function, I will do. How to work with the events, I will do. Okay. So let me open the project. I'm opening a Visual Studio Code again. So in last class, we created a folder. Let me try to open the folder. I think that was a demo app. I think so. Let me open the folder, whatever the folder we created. Okay, open a folder. So on top of the desktop, we will be having the folder. I think it will be a demo app. Yes, I'm trying to opening that. Now let me go and create a new file. Let me go and create a new file inside the SRC, something like event or click event. Let me go like click event, CLICK, click event .js. Okay, so this is a functional component. Let click event is equal to something like arrow function, and here this will be written something like a button. Let me take a button. Let me return a button. So here this will be something like click me. Finally, export this one. Export default click event. Right. Now what my requirement is, I want to execute event for this button. So for this button, there is a method called on click. So this time it is something like a camel case. This is something like a camel case. Now let me go and this one so click event. This is something like a click event. And this is also an arrow function. What I want to do for this arrow function is something like a console.log. Let me go with the console.log. What my requirement is button clicked. Button clicked. So whatever the event name you have, that I need to take into the on click. On click is a handler for the button now. It's an attribute. And this click event is a JavaScript now. This click event is a JavaScript. That event already I defined. So this is something like a custom event handler. Custom event handler, whatever the event handler we have. Okay, so let me save this and go to the app.js and then try to import the click event now. Import click event from click event. Okay. Let me access it. Click event time. I want to access it. Okay. How to access it? It is accessing like a click event, something like this. Okay. Now I want to see a button. Okay. What is the title of the button? Can you see what is the title of the button? Title of the button is click me. But when you click on the button, I want to show the console method, a console function, console.log. Now open the terminal, new terminal. It's very simple, straightforward. Now npm start. npm start. Let me go with the npm start. When I go with npm start, my node server is going to be getting start. And when we click on the button, some event is going to be fired. This is a React event. This is not normal HTML and JavaScript event. This is something like a React event. Okay. Now let me show the output. Now the browser, which is going to be running with a server, node server. And when I click me, go to the inspector, go to the console and go to the console. You can see button clicked. You can see some message in the console window that is something like a button click. In the next level, what we want to do is when I click on the button, I want to change the title as button clicked. Button clicked or you clicked on button. I want to see the template value change, template state change. So, but whenever you want to change the template state, we will be using a concept called hooks. We will be using a concept called hooks. So that hooks concept we will discuss in the coming class. What that particular concept is, when I click on the button, now event is firing, and console output is showing. Console output is showing. But my requirement is in the coming video, in the coming class, what we are going to be discussing is my requirement is very simple. When I click on the button, I want to change title of the button, and BG color of the button. So both I want to do. This is one simple concept we have to do. And one more concept we will do in the coming class. When we hover on the image, when we do mouse over, on image, I want to replace src value for ing tag. So this is the one more simple assignment we will do based on the events in the next class. Thank you, and please like, share, subscribe my channel for more and more videos. Follow that.